Chapter 361. Leaving the battlefield. There might be people existing in the world who had the guts to attack the deity statues, but they were rare and few in between. Within the land of South Morning, there were naturally no berserkers who had this sort of presence and this sort of courage, and there was only person among the shamans who had this sort of power and presence. That person was the strongest among the shamans, whose level of cultivation had broken through the great patriarch who was the pinnacle of the shaman tribe. Only he would have this sort of presence, he who had fought alone against the three great berserkers in the past, and though gravely injured, had not died, had only fallen into deep sleep. He was also the only one who would not care about Su Ming being the scion of the first god of berserkers and would throw that spear out in an attempt to destroy the statue of the god of berserkers, because he was the great patriarch who wanted to prevent all future berserkers from ever entering the bone sacrifice realm forever. That spear sliced through the air, and wherever it went, the sky would seem to be split apart, revealing a large crack. With a presence that was difficult to describe with words, that spear appeared right before the disappearing deity statue of bone sacrifice with a whistle and crashed into it. There were no ripples, neither were there any rumbles. The deity statue of bone sacrifice might have been pierced through by that spear, but there was not a hint of damage on it. It merely cast a freezing glare at that black fog before it vanished without a trace. If our deity statues could be destroyed so easily, the berserker tribe would not have existed till this date. If the immortals can't do it, then how could you old Moluo? You're just a dog of the immortals. An old voice stated from Sky Mist City. At the same time, a middle-aged man in long blue robes walked into the sky. He did not look old, but his eyes contained an aged and ancient look that was formed after living through an endless amount of time. He looked very handsome, and his features looked rather similar to Tian Lan Mang. Besides, only some of your clones have woken up. Your real body must still be asleep, yes. Do you think that with just a clone, you can step into Sky Mist City? As the middle-aged man spoke, he walked into the sky and stood beside Su Ming, who was just about to retreat. Back down and go to Sky Mist City. I have some questions to ask you later. The middle-aged man's voice was calm, but there was a tone in his voice that said he would not tolerate any disobedience. His eyes also casually swept past the strand of hair wound around Su Ming's right index finger. Respect appeared on Su Ming's face along with a hint of fear. He quickly lowered his head and obeyed, then obediently backed down to fly towards Sky Mist City. Almost the instant he did so, a cold snort came from the fog where the long spear had rushed out. With a whistle, that fog charged straight towards the blue-robed middle-aged man. The sky instantly shuddered, and the battle resumed. The three powerful shamans followed suit at the same time to finish the fight that was interrupted just now and started clashing against the six berserkers in the sky. The people from the two races on the ground also started fighting against each other once again. Right then, a loud screech burst forth from the land of the shamans. It was the mackerel pike that swam in the sea of clouds which Su Ming had seen during the day. The size of the mackerel pike could not be measured by feet. At that moment, it had revealed a part of its body from the horizon in the distance, along with an astounding presence. The woman standing on it held a green bamboo with some holes in it. She placed it by her lips and blew gently into it, and a string of notes drifted into the air. The instant those notes echoed in the air, the vengeful spirits of the dead from the entire battlefield started gathering out of nowhere. The corpses littered everywhere on the ground also started crawling up slowly. A thick aura of death enveloped the area in an instant. The sounds of battle thundered viciously in the battlefield. The appearance of the mackerel pike had also caught the attention of the 8 old men from the walls on Sky Mist City. The instant chaos appeared on the battlefield due to the gathering of the aura of death and the corpses who started crawling up, Su Ming, who was flying towards Sky Mist City, suddenly stopped moving. His eyes sparkled, and without a moment of hesitation, he quickly changed his direction. With his full speed, he turned into a long arc and charged towards the southern war zone. His action still caught some attention even with the chaos happening on the ground, but because he was going to the southern war zone, most of the people who were keeping close watch on him became uncertain. By the time doubt rose within these people who were watching him, Su Ming had already arrived at the southern war zone. He stopped for a while, disappearing into the fighting crowd, then with one move, he reappeared on the other side of the crowd, coming face to face with a shaman who came forth to kill him. Su Ming walked past him, and when he did so, his fist shot out like a gust of wind, and he struck the shaman's chest, causing the man's body to tremble and cough out blood. Then he fell to ground dead. Su Ming was very cautious. He had no idea just how many people were watching. Even if he was moving quickly through the crowd, he could only shake of those who were not that strong. The true powerful warriors, especially those in the Berserker Soul realm, could somewhat lock onto his position. If he did anything out of hand, someone would definitely come searching for him. The battlefield was in a slight state of chaos at that moment. The vengeful spirits that filled the air, the corpses that crawled up from the ground, and the aura of death that surrounded them caused the area to turn hazy. Su Ming fought without stop, just like the other berserkers. It was as if he did not return to Sky Mist City because he wanted to continue fighting, not because he was trying to run away or anything. Gradually, as Su Ming continued moving, he seemed to have arrived at the edge of the southern war zone by chance. When he arrived at that place, a distinct, uneasy feeling filled his senses, as if there were ants running down his entire back. Clearly, this was a sign that there were powerful warriors watching him from some unknown spot, and their gazes were filled with hostility, or else he would not be having this feeling. Without batting an eye, Su Ming retreated with a fellow berserker by his side who had killed until he lost control of his reason. It's just as I expected. I'm in trouble because I have something precious. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. I need a chance where everyone's attention is shifted away. Su Ming frowned and resumed fighting, but he did not wait for too long before a chance like this appeared on the battlefield. The ground trembled. It started off with light tremors, but soon, the ground started trembling with a force that could cause mountains to shatter and the earth to crack. The tremors came from the eastern war zone located right before Sky Mist City and continued spreading outwards. Soon, as a muffled roar shot out from the ground, all the people from the eastern war zone quickly withdrew to both sides of the place. A gigantic crack split the ground, and a humongous, ferocious beast in the form of a snake that was 100,000 feet long and several thousands of feet wide charged out from within. The revealed part of that creature alone was 10,000 feet long, but it was not a snake, because it did not have eyes. It was a gigantic thing that looked like an earthworm. Its entire body was purplish red and there was a large amount of mucus dripping down its skin, causing all the people who were splashed by that to let out shrill cries of pain while their bodies immediately started rotting. That 10,000 feet creature only had one mouth, and as of then, it opened it wide, revealing the eerily sharp teeth inside. It howled towards the sky, and with one swing, it flung its gigantic body against Sky Mist City. But that was not all. Almost the instant that creature flung itself at Sky Mist City, a second crack appeared on the ground in the northern war zone. Another creature like this shot out, and as it howled, it flung its body vertically against Sky Mist City. At the same time, when the ground started trembling in the southern war zone, a crack suddenly formed not too far away from Su Ming. That crack seemed to possess an invisible pair of gigantic hands that tore it apart, causing it to suddenly widen and allow the third creature such as the previous two to charge out. Almost all of the powerful berserkers within the entire Sky Mist City could not help but turn their gazes towards the three terrifying creatures at that moment. It was also at that instant that Su Ming started retreating, and when he did, a glint appeared in his eyes. He saw the gigantic creature that shot out of the crack in the southern war zone opening its mouth as if it wanted to howl. Su Ming suddenly moved, and black smoke appeared under his feet. That black smoke rapidly gathered on his body and turned into a body that looked exactly the same as his. It was the transformed form of his phantom fork, and it had the exact same appearance as well as his presence. Once the phantom fork turned into Su Ming, it charged straight towards the howling creature. At that same time, Su Ming took a deep breath. A strong gust of wind suddenly burst forth from the spot within his body that stored wind. That wind swept through him, and his speed suddenly increased exponentially. Then he charged towards the south, straight towards the edge of the battlefield. Su Ming left behind a few afterimages on the ground, and when he reappeared, he was already several tens of thousands of feet away. With another flash, he charged towards the south. Almost the instant Su Ming sped forth with his full speed, an old man that had never given up on watching him from the walls of Sky Mist City instantly moved, with a glint in his eyes and a cold snort on his lips. His speed did not lose to Su Ming's, and in the blink of an eye, he was already 10,000 feet away from the wall. At the same time, there was also a dried-up old man among the shamans who took a step forward and turned into a wisp of green smoke. In an instant, he had already traveled 10,000 feet. The two of them chased after Su Ming, one behind the other. Su Ming spread out his divine sense as he traveled. His liquefied aura stored in the opened passage in his body started circulating rapidly, causing his divine sense to instantly cover an area of several tens of thousands of feet, and he could also sense everything within that area incredibly clearly in a manner that far surpassed what he could do before. He clearly saw the two old men quickly chasing after him, and there was a distance of 30,000 something feet between him and them. Su Ming let out a cold harumph. He had already analyzed his situation previously and knew that he absolutely could not return to Sky Mist City. He would not take any risks in this matter and did not want to hand over the initiative to anyone's hands. It would be for the best if he had control over it himself. As he charged forward, the four berserker bones in him burst forth with the power belonging to those in the bone sacrifice realm, causing Su Ming's speed to abruptly increase by a fold, and in an instant, he widened the gap by 50,000 something feet. I have to widen the distance between us and shake them off, then leave the battlefield. The violent gust of wind formed by the provenance of wind in Su Ming's body started circulating rapidly once again, causing his speed to instantly increase by a large margin once more. His body was barely visible, and in the blink of an eye, he was gone. But the two people still continued chasing him. Chapter 362, Chase. As the three of them dashed forward, they gradually left the battlefield. The sounds of battle behind them slowly grew distant. Su Ming had managed to time his leave from the battlefield incredibly well. Or else there would definitely not just be two people chasing after him, there would be more, and with a high possibility of those old monsters from the middle stage of the Berserker Soul Realm appearing as well. Thank goodness this was just the beginning of the battle in Sky Mist City. With Sky Mist City's own protection, the city would not be conquered in a short period of time. There were also more warriors from the Berserker tribe who were moving towards the city, because the number of powerful berserkers that were originally staying in the city itself were not many. It was the same for the shamans. The battle was going to continue and would not end in a short period of time. All of these things that were happening now were just them trying to probe for information from the other party. Su Ming activated his full speed and traveled through the land of the shamans like a gust of wind. The two men behind him pursued him relentlessly. However, they were also wary of each other and had split up, especially the old berserker. If it was not because Su Ming was just too big of a temptation for him, he would definitely not want to risk charging into the land of the shamans during war or entering too deep into their land. On the other hand, the old shaman's eyes were sparkling and a cold sneer was on his lips. Not only was he determined to capture Su Ming, he also wanted to kill the other person. With their own thoughts in their heads, the two charged forward, and as they did so, the two old men frowned. Su Ming's speed did not show a hint of stopping even after so long. Not only that, he was also becoming faster. But that was not all. As Su Ming continued flying before them, he was also going higher. The two of them could only follow, but once they reached a certain height, they found themselves facing a strong gust of wind existing in the sky that seemed to be above the 9 heavens. Once a person exceeded a certain level of speed with that wind around, it would definitely turn into a strong repelling force. In fact, if they went even faster, that gust of wind blowing right against their faces would slice against their bodies like knives and cause them intense pain. While one of them was at the initial stage of the Berserker Soul Realm and the other an End Shaman, if they were exposed to this sort of wind for an extended period of time, their speed would also be affected. Yet before their eyes, Su Ming was like a fish in the water. Not only did the strong wind resistance not slow him down, it instead made him faster. As he charged forward, he widened the gap between them until they were 80,000 feet away from each other in an instant. That distance between them was only going to continue growing. Once they were more than 100,000 feet apart, it would only become harder for the shaman to chase Su Ming down. A glint appeared in his eyes, and he lifted his right hand as he dashed forth. He clenched his fist before loosening it abruptly, and the instant his fingers unfurled themselves, wounds appeared on all 5 of them. 5 drops of blood flowed out at the same time. With the wind against them, the 5 drops of blood gathered together to turn into a small human. That small human's entire body shone with a red light, and once it appeared, a shrill sound rang out. Flames appeared on it as if burning away the power contained within the body. It charged forward. It was so quick that in an instant, it was already only 30,000 feet away from Su Ming. Then with another shrill cry, that small human shrank once again. When it shrank to the size of a palm, its speed increased exponentially, and this time, it appeared less than 1,000 feet behind Su Ming. That small human's body instantly exploded, and a drop of blood charged straight towards Su Ming. Right before the old shaman and that old berserker's eyes, they saw that drop of blood falling on Su Ming's back, causing him to shudder and cough out blood. In an instant, his speed abruptly fell. The old berserker's eyes sparkled and he drew a line in the air before him with his right hand. A strong ray of light gathered and turned into a runic symbol. The old man slammed his palm down on the flashing runic symbol, and it instantly disappeared. However, the space 10,000 something feet behind Su Ming distorted and the runic symbol instantly appeared. As it flickered, it exploded, turning into a wave of air that did not spread outwards, but instead turned into a wolf made of air waves that pounced on Su Ming with a howl. Bang! Su Ming coughed out blood again as if he was already incredibly weakened by this extended period of rapid flying. Now, as he was also heavily injured by those 2 old monsters, he could no longer fly and pummeled to the ground. When he plunged down, his face was directed towards the 2 old men behind him, allowing the both of them to clearly see that not only was his face pale, completely bloodless, his eyes were also shut tight. Pain could be seen on his face, along with fatigue that could not be hidden away. The 2 old men would not have easily believed in it if that was all, but the chaos in Su Ming's chi and his weakness was something that could not deceive their senses. After all, Su Ming could not hope to compare to these 2 people in terms of everything besides his speed. The old shaman's eyes sparkled and he charged towards Su Ming, but just when he showed a sign that he was about to rush towards the youth he lifted his right hand and swung it at the old berserker who was traveling on the other side. As he swung his arm outward, booming sounds reverberated in the air and a wave of ripples instantly appeared before him. The ripples rapidly spread out and closed in on the old berserker. That old berserker let out a cold snort, then bit his tongue and coughed out a mouthful of blood. It turned into a sea of blood that crashed into the incoming ripples, causing a large amount of booms to echo in the air. At the same time, the old shaman pointed at the plummeting Su Ming with his left hand, and immediately, a gentle wind charged towards Su Ming and went under him, causing his descent to slow down considerably. This did not mean that the old shaman was helping Su Ming. He was simply afraid that Su Ming would die when he fell down unconscious from the sky. If he died, then the losses would outweigh the gains. The 2 of the old men had already given up on chasing down the plummeting Su Ming and chose instead to first attack each other. Su Ming was already not a cause for them to worry about. As long as they got rid of the other, then the remaining person could capture him. Because Su Ming was already unconscious and could not run away. As these 2 people fought against each other and Su Ming plunged downwards, he suddenly opened his eyes. They were bloodshot and filled with exhaustion, but they were sparkling. He allowed himself to continue falling, and as he stared at the spot where the booming sounds were coming from in the sky, a cold smirk appeared on his lips. He continued staring until his body closed in on the ground and he crashed with a bang. The instant his body touched the ground, he shifted slightly, allowing himself to be completely uninjured by the fall. He laid down on the mountainside, still as a rock. With their power, the chances of either one of them dying should not be high, but it's not completely impossible. If the old berserker dies, then I'll be up against the shaman. Escaping him will be slightly more difficult. After all, this person is a native to the area compared to me. But if the old berserker wins, it'll be easier. Just as Su Ming was busy thinking, his expression suddenly changed and he narrowed his eyes into slits. Right before his eyes, he saw the old shaman quickly retreating from the spot where the 2 of them were fighting. As he retreated, he coughed out a mouthful of blood, and when the old berserker chased him down, the shaman lifted his right hand swiftly. As red light shone, a long red spear charged towards Su Ming from the sky with a howl. The long spear traveled incredibly quickly and closed in on Su Ming in an instant. Judging from where the tip was pointed, the spear was aiming for the center of his brows. The old berserker's expression changed drastically and he instinctively moved, wanting to stop that long spear. But once he stopped it, the old shaman would escape, and once he escaped, then it would mean that the old berserker's return to the land of the berserkers would be filled with all sorts of dangers. However, if he did not save Su Ming and he died, then all his efforts in chasing him down would be wasted. This was a difficult decision, but the old berserker still managed to make up his mind in an instant. He did not take the risk but instead charged straight towards the old shaman. To him, his life was the most important thing. Once he killed that shaman and destroyed all possibility of him sending any information out, then he could cautiously go back to the berserker tribe. Even if Su Ming died, he could still examine his corpse, and he might be able to find some clues from those items as well. Almost the moment he chased down the old shaman, Su Ming swiftly flew up from the ground and dodged that long spear charging towards him. He lifted his right hand and quickly popped the thing he had been holding onto since a long while ago into his mouth. It was a drop of liquid, a drop of sea marrow. The instant it entered his mouth, Su Ming's exhausted body seemed to be pumped back full of life force. His power instantly recovered and his body overflowed with life force. A glint appeared in his eyes and he charged in the distance at full speed. In an instant, he was already 10,000 feet away. The old berserker who was chasing the shaman immediately noticed that Su Ming's chi had recovered. The old shaman's expression also changed. They had examined Su Ming's condition thoroughly just now, but had absolutely not expected that he would be in possession of a medicine that would allow him to recover so swiftly. This sort of medication was incredibly rare and it would be highly difficult for a normal berserker in the awakening realm to obtain such a thing, and it would also be a complete waste if they took it. Damn it! Struggle appeared in the old berserker's eyes once again. Should he chase down Su Ming or kill the shaman? The old shaman's eyes shone and without any hint of hesitation, he charged into the distance. Behind him, the old berserker gritted his teeth and chased after. He had to first kill that old shaman, or else a crisis that could endanger his life would appear. Only when he had reduced all threats to his person to the minimal degree would he feel safe going after Su Ming's life. Su Ming flew at full speed, sighing. This sort of deception where he made himself look weakened could only be used once, and it would only be effective the first time he used it. His plan had only been successful because his two pursuers were wary and hated each other, or else this would not have worked. If they continued chasing him down, then this method would lose its effectiveness. After all, while a person who had already reached the level of the berserker soul realm might occasionally make a mistake, those mistakes would definitely not happen too frequently. Now, even if Su Ming used any other methods, he would still be unable to compare to these old monsters who were already wary of him. His experience was simply still not enough. I might need to use the power of the god of berserkers. Su Ming gritted his teeth. Chapter 363, Berserker Soul's Killing Intent. There was a powerful gust of wind at the highest part of the sky. This wind was the strongest wind that could only be found high up in the sky. If anyone traveled at a high speed under it, they would find it incredibly hard to endure through it. Their bodies would start feeling as if they were being torn apart. This was the power of the wind. Even Su Ming, who had the provenance of wind in his body and also stored wind inside body, found it hard to last for a prolonged period of time under this high wind. Once half a day had gone by under his continued charge, he found that it was already too difficult for him to continue, and with a turn, he charged towards a lower altitude. To Su Ming, the wind in the sky became stronger the higher he was. On the other hand, if he was at a lower altitude, the wind would be significantly weaker. As he charged forward, he flew towards the deeper parts of the land of the shamans. He did not stop even for a single instant, and continued dashing forward at this speed even when night arrived. The dark sky turned bright, then turned dark once again. Most of the places Su Ming went to were remote areas, and since this was a time of war, most of the shamans from the tribes in this large area had went away. That was why even though Su Ming had been running away for 3 days straight, he had not run into too many members of the shaman tribe. Besides, he was simply too fast. Even if he did run into other shamans, they would usually only see a long arc and could not tell whether he was a shaman or a berserker, causing him to be able to travel unhindered. Su Ming only stopped during the fourth evening and opened up a cave as a place for him to stay on a large plain. With exhaustion filling every inch of his body, he sat down inside that cave. He had already gone past his limit with 4 days of flight. If it had not been because he had been taking in medicine all this while, he wouldn't have lasted till now. By then, he had already lost his direction, and he also did not know where exactly he was in the land of the shamans. However, as long as he could shake off that old berserker, all of this was worth it. Su Ming panted harshly and evened out the chaotic power in his body as he remained sitting with his legs crossed. The period of time since he reached the bone sacrifice realm was too short, and as he had been flying rapidly for such a long period of time, his power had gradually started to show signs of instability. I've been flying for 4 days, and that old berserker has gone off to kill that shaman. Since we went off in 2 separate directions, he should not be able to find me now, but I still need to be careful in case he has other tricks up his sleeve. Su Ming closed his eyes, but he did not dare immerse himself completely in exercising his breathing. He kept his divine sense spread outward and slowly started circulating the power of bone sacrifice within him. Time gradually passed by. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. On the 5th day, Su Ming opened his eyes. The exhaustion in his eyes had gone down slightly. He took a deep breath. The power of bone sacrifice within him had finally become stable and was no longer like 5 days ago, where it was showing signs of deteriorating. But in case of emergencies, I can't stay in this place for long. A look of caution appeared on Su Ming's face. He stood up and was just about to leave the place when his expression drastically changed. Within his outspread divine sense, he could clearly sense a strong wave of ripples charging towards him from 100,000 feet away. Naturally, the person within those ripples was the old berserker. I knew it. He had a way to find me. Su Ming did not hesitate and shot up from the ground, then charged out with gritted teeth in midair. The old berserker looked as calm as ever. He had a cold sneer on his lips, but his face was rather pale. Clearly, killing the shaman and chasing after him for a few days had also caused him to be injured by the time he found Su Ming. However, he believed that even though he was injured, it was still incredibly easy for him to capture his target. You can't escape. A glint appeared in the old berserker's eyes and he relentlessly chased after Su Ming. The two shot through the sky one after the other. There was 100,000 feet between them, but that distance was gradually being shortened. 2 hours later, when there were only 80,000 something feet between them, a chilling glint appeared in the old berserker's eyes, and a mocking sneer formed on his lips. Almost the instant that mocking look appeared, the old man's body trembled. As he trembled, popping sounds abruptly came from his body. It was as if his bones were knocking into each other. The old man's face instantly turned purplish red and veins also started popping up on his skin. All of this was soon followed by the old man letting out a roar towards the sky. With a single charge, it was as if a crack had appeared in the sky. He flew so indescribably quickly that he was already faster than Su Ming by several fold. Right when he created a crack in the air before him, his body disappeared. A life-threatening sense of danger shot up in Su Ming's mind. He came to an abrupt halt and forcefully changed his direction. He no longer went forward, but instead retreated. This forceful change in direction made blood flow out of Su Ming's mouth, but the instant he started retreating, the air before him looked as if it was shattering. As if he was forcing his way through, the old berserker appeared before Su Ming out of thin air. This sort of movement could not even be considered as speed anymore, but was more like an instant warp. The old man who had come out also coughed up blood. His face was pale, but his expression was ferocious. Once he appeared less than 100 feet away from Su Ming, he swiftly lifted his right hand, and instantly, a sea of blood surged up beyond him. That sea of blood covered a circular area of 1,000 feet and charged at Su Ming like a tidal wave. As that tidal wave surged forward, it adopted a shape that seemed like a blood wave with its mouth wide open as it pounced on Su Ming to devour him. All of this might have seemed to happen over a long period of time, but in truth, it happened in an instant. It had taken less than 2 breaths for the old man to warp to this spot 80,000 feet away and cast that divine ability. As for Su Ming, he had only managed to retreat 100-something feet after forcefully changing his direction. The intense, life-threatening sense of danger made Su Ming's skin crawl. The world before him became completely dyed in blood when that blood wolf completely filled his vision, howling and pouncing on him. A strong power that made Su Ming's heart and soul tremble spread from that blood wolf. This was the power of those in the Berserker soul realm. This was the power of the divine ability belonging to that old monster in the Berserker soul realm. To Su Ming, who had just recently reached the bone sacrifice realm, it was impossible for him to clash against this sort of divine ability. But it was also difficult for him to dodge it, because as that blood wolf closed in on him, an oppressive feeling enveloped the area as if it had sealed off the place where Su Ming was. The shadow of death covered Su Ming's entire body and his eyes instantly turned red. The blue armor of bone sacrifice immediately manifested on him with runes aligned within the armor. At this moment of life and death, Su Ming's potential seemed to be infinitely brought out, and with just one attempt, he managed to align all the runes successfully. Right then, the blood wolf pounced on Su Ming defended by the divine general armor. He shuddered violently and coughed out a mouthful of blood. It was as if 10,000 mountains had crashed into him. His chi surged within him and his power started shattering. Even the 4 berserker bones started cracking. What made Su Ming's mind go off in loud booms was that he felt a force of absorption that was difficult to resist coming from the blood wolf's mouth. It was as if it wanted to suck away his soul, but thank goodness, he had the divine general armor. His divine general armor struggled for a few breaths before it shattered. Su Ming was flung backwards violently, but his actions were not completely useless. The strength of the divine general armor, coupled with the alignment of the runes, caused Su Ming to only be heavily injured under that hit from the berserker soul realm. He did not die immediately. He was continuously pushed back by that huge force like a kite with a broken string. As he coughed out blood, the blood wolf howled and rushed forward once again. However, that blood wolf was no longer as distinct as it was before. Once it clashed into Su Ming's divine general armor, the blood wolf fell into a semi-transparent state, but even so, killing or capturing the completely defenseless Su Ming was still a piece of cake for it. The old berserker's pupils shrank. He did not expect that Su Ming's divine general armor would be able to resist his divine ability. Even though that armor had shattered, he had not been able to instantly retrieve Su Ming's soul. Glimmering light, with a cold harumph, the old man took a step towards Su Ming. Almost the moment he walked forward, that semi-transparent blood wolf caught up to Su Ming and continued attacking him, looking as if it would not disappear if it did not retrieve his soul. In the blink of an eye, the blood wolf closed in on him and was just about to ram against his defenseless body, but right when the blood wolf got closer, a big bell abruptly appeared around Su Ming. Han Mountain Bell. The blood wolf instantly knocked onto the bell. Rumbling sounds shook the sky and earth. Loud bell chimes hummed in the air, and the strong chimes made even the old berserker freeze for a moment. The instant he froze, a black line suddenly shot out from the spot where Han Mountain Bell and the blood wolf crashed into each other. With a shocking speed, it charged straight towards the center of the old man's brows. However, that old berserker was a monster who had already reached the initial stage of the berserker soul realm. In an instant, he had recovered, and with a swing of his arm, he caught the incoming black line. However, what awaited him was a sharp pain on his palm and blood spilling out of his lips. That black line pierced through his palm, but similarly, when the black line shot through the old man's palm, it also suffered the power of the palm strike. Its tail instantly exploded and it fell backwards. What is this? The old berserker's palm was a bloody mess and shock appeared on his face. Almost the instant he was injured by that black line, the blood wolf's gigantic body crumbled and dissolved beside Han Mountain Bell. Han Mountain Bell also shrank in an instant and fell back into Su Ming's body. Su Ming coughed up blood once again. He was already gravely injured, but he did not continue running away. Instead, with bloodshot eyes, he charged against the old berserker as if he had gone insane. The distance between the both of them was not far to begin with, which was why Su Ming managed to close in on him right when the old berserker's palm was shot through and shock appeared on his face. By doing so, while it seemed as if Su Ming was running headlong into his own doom, his charge allowed him to arrive less than 30 feet away from the old berserker. Like a moth charging into a flame. With Su Ming's level of cultivation, his current move could only be described with those 7 words. However, if he did not do this, he would not be able to run away either and would still die. The willpower he had refined from the battlefield allowed his mind to not break down despite being under this intense life-threatening crisis. He counterattacked. Chapter 364. The Power of the God of Berserkers. The old berserker let out a cold snort. With a glint in his eyes, he lifted his left hand and swung it at Su Ming. That one swing caused the sea of blood beyond his body to surge high into the sky, but right at that moment, the old berserker's expression suddenly changed in a manner so great it had never happened before. Because the incoming Su Ming lifted his right hand and stretched out his index finger, the finger with the strand of hair containing the power of the god of berserkers wound around it. The finger that could destroy the sky and earth and contained a power that could make those in the berserker soul realm appalled. It was just a lift. It was a movement made to touch the sea of blood that was created with the power of his entire body. There was a hint of flame on the strand of hair on that finger. It was just those actions, and a terror that horrified the old berserker out of his wits burst forth from the depths of his heart uncontrollably. Ever since he reached the berserker soul realm, he rarely ran into things that made him this terrified. This terror even surpassed the fear he experienced when he gritted his teeth and took that one step that could very spell his doom when he had attained great completion in the bone sacrifice realm. This terror was something he had never encountered and experienced before in his life. This unique shock surpassed everything that he had ever experienced. It was like a judgment. This was judgment. It was as if the person standing before him was not the weak and fragile Su Ming, but was instead a person who radiated with supremacy. That person was looking at him, lifting his right hand, pointing towards him. That person was like the first god of berserkers. This was the judgment of the first god of berserkers. This was the finger of judgment that robbed him of his life, robbed him of his will, robbed him of everything that made him who he was. He could not bring up even an ounce of resistance before this finger, not even the slightest of thought to fight back. He even had the feeling that he was as weak as a layer of thin ice that would shatter the moment it was touched. That terror turned into a tidal wave that almost flooded his heart and soul, making the old berserker's pupils shrink. He let out a shrill cry and quickly retreated. This was an instinctive reaction. If he did not retreat, he would definitely die. If he did not retreat, even his own body would go against his own will. As his heart pounded in his chest, it suddenly seemed to have stopped. It was as if even his heart did not dare move under the power of that one finger. Almost the instant he retreated, blood poured out of the corner of Su Ming's lips. A glint suddenly appeared in his eyes. Just when the power of that one finger was about to be released and a small part of the strand of hair on his finger burned away, he immediately put down his finger. He had mentally prepared himself towards the might of the god of berserkers, power beforehand, but even if he did prepare himself, he was still shocked by what he felt in his heart. Su Ming was unwilling to use such a mighty power to kill this berserker in the berserker soul realm before him. I can only use this twice, and I was forced out of the land of the berserkers because of the god of berserkers' power. If I use it once here, it's not worth it. The instant Su Ming put down his right index finger, green light shone at the center of his brows, and the small sword charged towards the old berserker. Su Ming did not linger around to look at the outcome. Instead, with one move, he charged towards the sky in the distance. As he traveled forth, he brought out some medicine and swallowed them, leaving far into the distance in the blink of an eye. The small virescent sword's speed was incredibly quick. It rushed towards the old berserker and pierced through his chest, and once it did so, it left with Su Ming. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Once Su Ming disappeared, the old berserker coughed out a mouthful of blood and lifted his head, revealing a complicated look formed through lingering fear and savageness. After a long while, he dipped his head down and looked at the puncture on his chest. His heart had been pierced through by that sword. If anyone else had this sort of injury, they would have died a long time ago. However, this wound was not fatal to that old monster in the berserker soul realm. With a complicated look, the old man stared in the direction Su Ming had left, and hesitation appeared on his face, but soon, the greed in his eyes vanquished his hesitation. He gritted his teeth but did not continue his chase. Instead, he flew down to the ground to begin healing himself. power of the god of berserkers. This is the power of the god of berserkers. This is a power that has surpassed those within the berserker soul realm. If I have it, then no one in the berserker soul realm will be my equal. And the true use of this power isn't to kill, but to be used to gain an epiphany. A mad wave of greed appeared in the old man's eyes. If I can reflect on this power constantly once I have attained great completion in the berserker soul realm or have reached the later stage, then perhaps I will have a chance to break through the berserker soul realm. This power can drive all those monsters who have great completion in the berserker soul realm mad. The old man's breathing quickened, and his breathing tore at his wounds, but he had already long since ignored that pain. Right then, his mind was filled with the shock brought to him by the power of the god of berserkers. Su Ming's caution had allowed him to evade a life-threatening crisis. If he had been greedy and attacked once again while the old man was caught in a daze, then he would definitely have to use the power of the god of berserkers once again, or else once that old monster from the berserker soul realm launched a counterattack, he would be unable to take it. After all, he was still too weak. Besides, he could not always use the power of the god of berserkers. This power would be released when the strand of hair started burning. If he had to do this repeatedly, he would much rather kill that old man. That old man had temporarily given up on chasing him down. As that old man went to the ground to heal himself, Su Ming escaped in the sky. Blood continued flowing out of the corner of his mouth. If he did not have his medicine helping him, he would have collapsed a long time ago. After fleeing for 3 days straight, Su Ming plummeted to the ground abruptly. It was a grayish piece of land, and every inch of earth exuded an air of ruin. Once Su Ming crashed down with a bang, he coughed up blood once again. If I don't want to waste the power of the god of berserkers, then I must think of a way to kill that person. Su Ming wiped away the blood. Panting, he surveyed his surroundings. This place was completely empty. There was not a hint of a living soul here. That person's speed is far too astonishing. He actually managed to close up 80,000 feet in an instant. This is not a matter of speed anymore, he must be using another method. When Su Ming thought back on the fight 3 days ago, it still made his heart pound in fear. Berserker soul, this is the berserker soul realm, Su Ming struggled up. Once he swept his gaze past the ground, he saw an endless amount of ravines and cracks on the plain. It was unknown how this strange terrain was formed. He stood there and watched for a long moment before lifting his right hand and patting a bag in his bosom. A red light instantly flew out from the bag and turned into the fire ape by his side. There was still a large amount of human heads tied around the fire ape's waist, and it held a rod in its paws. There was a nervous look on its face when it appeared, a clear sign that it had been paying attention to all the things Su Ming did while in the storage bag. Like that battle, like the appearance of the 2 deity statues, like the old monster from the berserker soul realm going after his life. Su Ming looked at the fire ape and saw a hint of terror in its eyes. In his silence, Su Ming lifted his right hand and swung it wide. The chain on the fire ape's neck was instantly released. The chain fell, causing the ape to immediately regain its freedom. The desire for freedom had been something the fire ape had been dreaming about ever since it was caught, but having it suddenly given to it like this made it momentarily stunned. I promised you that I will return you your freedom once I come to the land of the shamans. This is the land of the shamans. Be careful and don't get close to people. Before long, this place will go through a huge catastrophe. Perhaps you can find another way to survive with your intelligence. Go. Someone is after my life now, so I can't send you off. If we are ever fated to meet again, we will. Su Ming looked at the fire ape. No matter what, this ape was not Xiao Hong. Su Ming still knew that. That was why he would not force the fire ape to stay. Instead, he gave it freedom. The fire ape was momentarily stunned, then cast Su Ming a glance before it turned into a fiery red blur that charged into the distance. With just a few leaps, it disappeared from Su Ming's sight. Melancholy appeared in Su Ming's heart as that fiery red blur disappeared. He remained silent for a moment before he shook his head. He swept his gaze through the ravines and cracks on the ground before choosing one of them and jumping inside. He had to immediately start exercising his breathing to heal himself. The power contained in that palm strike from the old monster in the berserker soul realm had made him feel as if his organs were about to be crushed, and there was the fact about him pressing onward incessantly for several days as well. Su Ming would have collapsed if he had not swallowed a large amount of medicine. More importantly, his 4 berserker bones had cracked after that old monster from the berserker soul realm struck him. This, to Su Ming, was the most devastating blow. Su Ming opened up a temporary stone chamber to heal himself in that giant ravine on the plains, then sat in there and closed his eyes to begin exercising his breathing. Yet the moment he closed his eyes, he opened them immediately again. Right before his eyes, he saw a fiery red figure appearing at the exit of the stone chamber. It was the fire ape. It bared its teeth at Su Ming, then lifted its fist and waved it in the air before pointing outside, then began gesturing once again before finally rolling its eyes and leaning at the side as if it was angry. I know this is a desolate place, fine. Continue staying by my side for the time being. When we reach a place that is not a wasteland, you can leave. Su Ming smiled and looked at the fire ape, then closed his eyes again. The battle Su Ming joined beyond Sky Mist City had ended, but the war was still ongoing. There was a new group of warriors assembling in the territories belonging to the 2 races. Perhaps it would not take too long before another battle started. Most of the people in Sky Mist City chose to remain silent about Su Ming's departure. It was as if everyone had unanimously chosen to not talk about this matter. The others also chose to not talk about the old berserker who went after Su Ming. An indescribable atmosphere had strangely surrounded the powerful berserkers within Sky Mist City. Tian Lan Meng remained silent about this. No one knew exactly what she was thinking of. As for Su Ming's over 100 followers, Yan Bo, Zi Che, and the rest of them did not understand why Su Ming did such a thing. They, too, remained silent. The stone monument in Sky Mist City that recorded the berserkers' battle achievements would be renewed every single day as it recorded the achievements made by the berserkers. Su Ming was not up there, but there was a person called Yu Feng who had made it to the top 200. At that moment, there was a handsome young man with long black hair who gave off a strangely captivating air when he smiled standing underneath the stone monument in Sky Mist City. He was standing before the person from Sky Mist City who recorded battle achievements and was handing over a storage bag to that person. An additional 37 battle achievement points to Yu Feng, now ranked 198th. The person from Sky Mist City recording the battle achievements lifted his head and cast a glance at the black-haired man. Thank you. That strangely captivating man smiled. Then as he turned around to leave, he cast a glance in the direction of the land of the shamans. Master, what are you doing now? Are you being chased down by others? Heh, I can feel it. One of these days, I will surpass you and become the true fire berserker in the world. Chapter 365, Troubled. The land of the shamans appeared desolate to the eye. Most of the ground was grayish-black and greenery was seldom seen around the place. There was an air of depression around this place as if it was the source of death. The color of the sky was not blue either but gray, looking as if a dust storm had lifted up the sand on the ground and covered the sky. Compared to the land of the berserkers, the land of the shamans lacked vitality. Their land was filled with cracks and ravines. No one knew just how long those cracks had existed, neither did anyone know whether they were man-made or naturally caused when the earth shifted. There were only the sounds of the moaning wind around the area, the rest was dead silence. The few small creatures that lived in this sort of environment occasionally were the only signs of life on the land. In one of the walls of the gigantic ravines on the grayish-black mass of land was an incredibly secluded place. There was a large crack in there, and deep within that crack was a stone chamber that was made by man. Su Ming sat in there with his eyes closed and face pale as he slowly exercised his breathing. The fire ape squatted at the exit of the crack before him cautiously. Sometimes, it would turn its head around to look at him. Su Ming had already changed his bloody clothes and was wearing a black robe with his long hair spilling over his shoulders. The bracelet that formed by black smoke was circulating slowly on his right wrist. His index finger looked incredibly normal, the only thing off about it being the strand of hair wrapped several times around it. However, this was the finger that contained the power strong enough to shock those old monsters in the Berserker Soul Realm, and could even destroy the world. Time passed by gradually. After an unknown amount of time went by, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes. The instant he did so, A profound look appeared in his eyes, and his entire presence changed as well. He was like a huge ocean that could not be seen through when others looked at him. Bone Sacrifice Realm, Su Ming mumbled softly. He could clearly feel what was different within him now. On his spine, the 4 berserker bones shone with a blue light. It contained an explosive power, a power that not only allowed Su Ming to sense the invisible power in the world, it also made him become much stronger than he was when he was in the awakening realm. What was more, as of then, the cracks on the 4 berserker bones had mostly recovered. There were only 3 cracks left, and they would need some time before they were fully healed. It was by chance that I left the battlefield, but since this accident happened, it might also turn out to be a fortuitous event for me. I can increase my power here, and then leave to find that long-haired woman who appeared in the battlefield. That woman knows many things about destiny. Perhaps I can get some answers from her. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes and he lifted his right hand to touch the center of his brows. Wind immediately stirred up within his body. That wind seemed to be a part of him and was swirling about in his body. It looked like there was no pattern in its movements, only disorder, yet even so, it was enough to make Su Ming become much faster than before. It's a pity I don't know how to make this provenance of wind stronger. As Su Ming mulled over his thoughts, he brought out a crystal about the size of his fist from his storage bag. The instant he did so, wind started swirling about and moaning in the stone chamber. It came too suddenly, causing the fire ape to swiftly turn its head around. Once it saw what Su Ming was doing, it relaxed. Su Ming slowly pressed the wind crystal of inheritance against the center of his brows, but the instant the crystal touched his forehead, a strong repelling force spread from within it, as if it did not want to fuse with Su Ming no matter what. After a long while, Su Ming moved away his right hand with a dark face. He stared at the crystal in his hand and let out a cold harumph. You won't acknowledge me, huh? Su Ming remained silent for a moment before he put the crystal back into the storage bag and closed his eyes slowly. When he did so, the wind separation / art he obtained from the deity statue of Berserker Soul appeared in his head. This art was a unique legacy to the true divinity Wind Berserker. It was given to him separately from the crystal of inheritance, which clearly showed just how extraordinary this art was. Su Ming had obtained the whole entire art, and knew that there were only 3 styles to it. The first style was Sun Genesis. The second style was Lunar Burial. The third style was Wind Separation. These 3 styles in this wind-related divine ability gave Su Ming a feeling that they were filled with a tremendous power, but they were just like an illusion. He could only sense it, but could not touch it. The crystal of inheritance. Su Ming opened his eyes and frowned. He could tell that the reason why he could not explore the 3 styles was largely related to the fact that he had not fused with the crystal of inheritance. But since the 3 styles of wind separation were given to me as a separate legacy, then I might not necessarily need the crystal of inheritance to master them. As Su Ming continued mulling over his thoughts, his mind kept on going back to the 3 styles he obtained. Time passed by, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 3 days later. During those 3 days, Su Ming did not venture out. He stayed inside the stone chamber that served as his temporary lodgings, but he had no progress whatsoever. It was as if besides using the crystal of inheritance to learn it, there was no other shortcut for him to use. If he could not fuse with the crystal of inheritance, then the 3 styles of wind separation could only remain in his mind like an illusion. He could only sense it but could not get the details. In fact, even if he could sense the art, it remained as a vague and indistinct feeling in his mind. It was as if the 3 styles of wind separation were covered by a veil so that no one could see them clearly. It was during an afternoon after those 3 days when the meditating Su Ming suddenly opened his eyes. A glint appeared in his eyes, and he shot up from the ground. With a swing of his arm, the fire ape turned into a red light. Once Su Ming put it away, he charged out like a long arc, but he did not fly out of the ravine. Instead, he plunged down to the deeper parts before flying in another direction. When he charged out, Su Ming had also put on a straw hat that could cover his face along with a black robe, causing people to be unable to tell that he was a berserker at first glance. In the blink of an eye, he charged into the sky. Not long after he left, the air outside the ravine, which had served as his temporary lodgings for the past few days, suddenly distorted and a person walked out. That person's expression was incredibly dark, and there was a murderous air around him. That person was naturally the old man. It had been half a month since he chased Su Ming into the land of the shamans. Killing that shaman had wasted some of his time, and he had to spend some more time to heal the wound caused by the sword piercing through his chest when he was stunned by Su Ming using the power of the god of berserkers. If he did not possess a unique method to find Su Ming, he would have lost him a long time ago. Yet even so, Su Ming still managed to detect him beforehand every single time he came searching. He could have written it off with some random reason the first time, but now that it had happened again the second time, there was no way that the old man would not be able to know that there was still an unknown mystery to Su Ming. As expected of a true divinity who received the legacy, "You're just in the middle stage of the bone sacrifice realm now, and you've already made me chase after you for so many days. If you had the chance to grow, then you might be able to reach the berserker soul realm. You could have run much farther ahead, but you chose not to do so, as if you're trying to provoke me. You wait for me to catch up to you, then try to lure me to the deeper parts of the land of the shamans. HMPH, you're not a shaman either. Doing this will do you no good either." The old berserker let out a cold snort. He closed his eyes, and after some time, as if he could see exactly where Su Ming had gone off to, he opened his eyes and turned into a long arc and flew off. Su Ming flew in the sky. His face covered by the bamboo hat was calm, but there was a murderous glare in his eyes. However, that person's level of cultivation was simply too high. Su Ming was not his opponent. It would be far too difficult if he wanted to kill this person without using the power of the god of berserkers. The only way Su Ming could think of was to use the shamans to kill this person. That was why he was flying deeper into the land of the shamans. He was certain that if he continued flying like this, he would definitely catch someone's attention. As for what he would do to hide his identity when the shamans arrived, Su Ming had already made preparations. Afternoon went by quickly. When the sun started shining with its last rays for the day in the horizon and twilight arrived, the old man was 200,000 feet behind Su Ming. The old man had consumed quite a large amount of medicinal liquid during the entire chase. It was fortunate that he had enough stored away, or else it would have been very difficult for him to maintain a high speed such as this. Due to the provenance of wind contained within Su Ming's body, not only was his speed extremely fast, he also wasted little of his energy. This was the power of the wind berserker. Su Ming might only be in control of a small part of it, but it was enough. However, even if it was so, Su Ming had still consumed a large amount of medicine. Nonetheless, his medicine was naturally of a much higher quality compared to the old man's. With the medicine balancing out the difference in the level of power between them, that was why the old man could only arrive at a distance 200,000 feet away from Su Ming even after the entire afternoon had gone by. If that had not been the case, with the huge difference of power between them, it would be entirely impossible for Su Ming to have run away for so many days. Even when he saw that the old man was already only 200,000 feet away from him, Su Ming remained calm. He sent his divine sense to scan the area behind him, then swiftly flew higher once again. With his speed, he instantly shot above the 9 heavens and arrived at the highest spot in the sky, where the endless gusts of wind were. The old man who was 100,000 feet behind him nearly cursed out loud the moment Su Ming flew upwards. His face was so dark that it was almost like ice that would never melt, and a sense of powerlessness rose within him. Over these days, every single time he nearly caught up to Su Ming, he would immediately fly up to the spot among the 9 heavens where the high wind was. While Su Ming's speed was not the slightest bit affected, the old man was forced to slow down. Once they were very far apart from each other, Su Ming would stop staying in the layer of the sky where the high wind was and would descend once again, then cause a huge ruckus at a lower altitude. He would cause loud, booming sounds as he moved forward, as if he was afraid others could not see him. Damn it! Anger burned in the old man's eyes and a great sense of helplessness rose in his heart. A few days ago, when he was chasing Su Ming down, he had cast an art that used up quite a lot of his power, causing him to instantly appear 80,000 feet from Su Ming, then launched an attack which he thought would almost definitely be able to strike him down, but Su Ming had endured through it. He might have ended up heavily injured, but the old man also came out of the encounter looking rather pathetic. From then onwards, Su Ming no longer gave him a chance to get within 80,000 feet of him. Usually, when he was 200,000 feet, he would immediately fly into the area where the high wind was. The old man also did not dare use that instant warp art of his anymore. That art used up too much of his power, but the main reason for him to not use that power was this: he was wary of Su Ming. The old man struggled over whether he should continue the chase. Chapter 366, Unable to Leave. Young cultivator, I bear no ill will. I only attacked last time because I wanted to make you stay. The old man's words traveled forward like a straight line in the layer with the high wind. After all, you're our people's deserter. Leaving the battlefield is an act of betrayal. I attacked you because of this as well. As a true divinity, I can give you a chance. Come back with me to Sky Mist City. I promise you, your life won't be in danger. Although the old man had said those words, Su Ming, who was several hundreds of thousands of feet away, did not even turn his head back and continued onward without a single word. The distance between them grew bigger. You may have the power of the god of berserkers, but I'm certain that you don't want to waste the only two chances you have. Besides, this is only a clone of mine, and it would be a fortune of mine to be able to experience the power of the god of berserkers' jab with my clone. The old man continued speaking with a dark expression on his face. How about this? I will swear by my statue of the god of berserkers that I won't harm you, but you're not allowed to continue running either. Stay by my side and let me examine the power of the god of berserkers. Don't worry, I won't let you do this for nothing. I'll give you treasures as thanks. The old man was forced to do this. He longed for the power of the god of berserkers, but after going through the life-threatening crisis, he had grown incredibly wary of Su Ming. However, this made him really conflicted, because he was only wary of the power that Su Ming could use twice. He was completely unbothered by Su Ming himself. It was that conflict that made him struggle, caught by his own greed between wanting to chase him down and not at the same time. If he chased him down and forced Su Ming into a corner so he would use one of the chances, then the old man's fate was all but predicted. Yet if he did not chase him down and just gave up like this after chasing for so long and so far into the land of the shamans, he found himself unwilling to accept that outcome. However, even if he continued with the chase, he found it hard to close the distance between them due to the wariness he had in his heart. Once more time passed by and they entered deeper into the land of the shamans, then he would feel grow more and more uneasy. This sort of dilemma was enough to drive him mad and make him despise Su Ming to the core. Just as the old man was hesitating and chasing him down, Su Ming had already widened the distance between them by more than 500,000 feet while in the high wind. With this sort of distance between them, he could descend without fear and cause a ruckus at a lower altitude as he charged forward. This sort of cycle continued for another 2 days. By then, the ground underneath was no longer grayish-black, and green appeared on the earth, a clear sign that they had moved out of the wastelands and were gradually moving closer to the places where shaman tribes were located. Only then did that old man finally make his decision. He gritted his teeth and came to a halt, as he glared at Su Ming, who was several hundreds of thousands of feet away. Hatred flashed briefly in his eyes, but he turned around and gave up on the chase. Instead, he returned to his original path and charged back. In the end, he still chose to give up. After all, this sort of chase would yield no results. Once he thoroughly weighed out the pros and cons of these two difficult situations, he found that unless his power was at the middle stage of the Berserker Soul Realm and possessed an even more powerful divine ability, then he would perhaps stand a better chance at killing Su Ming before he had the chance to activate the power of the god of berserkers. Yet now, he could not do this. That was why, instead of continuing with the chase like this, it was better for him to give up completely. However, right when the old man chose to give up and go back the way he'd come, he found, with a dark expression on his face, that Su Ming had also chosen not to continue with his escape. He was instead following behind him as if he had turned the tables and was now chasing him down. But that was not all. He could have ignored him if that was the case and let Su Ming follow him. He was certain that the youth would not dare return to Sky Mist City. If Su Ming continued following him like this, then before long, he would leave on his own. Besides, if he followed him for a prolonged period of time, then perhaps the old man could have a chance to obtain the power of the god of berserkers. To the old man, This was a good thing, that is, if he did not discount the booming sounds behind him and the words he could hear even from a long distance away. Su Ming's pursuit was followed by intentionally created thunderous booming. Those sounds and the rumbles caused by the occasional punch into the air continued reverberating incessantly in the air. This was the land of the shamans, and there was still quite some distance before he could reach Sky Mist City. If the old berserker was careful, it was possible for him to return quietly, but if such booming continued behind him, then it would be very difficult for him to return safely. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The old berserker felt as if he was being driven insane. He had already given up on chasing Su Ming down and killing him, but the brat did not even appreciate what was good for him and was instead acting as if he was stuck to the old man, causing his return to be filled with trepidation. The booming was becoming increasingly louder, and the old man did not want to know what would happen if he did not stop Su Ming. The previous few days when he had been chasing the other, these sort of booming sounds had already appeared, and they might have already caught the attention of the shamans. Now, this was also happening on his way back. The old man would definitely not believe that there would be no shamans who would come forth to investigate such a matter. Not only was the old man going crazy from those sounds, they were also becoming a real headache to him. That was why he simply chose to stop once again, change his direction, and resume chasing Su Ming. Yet as he changed his direction, Su Ming also did the same thing in the distance. The two of them resumed the role of the pursuer and the pursued. The only thing that did not change were those booming sounds. They rang in the air and did not fade away. That booming was a noise that made the old man feel incredibly agitated when he heard it, but also fearful at the same time. Even if he was the pursuer, he also had to pay a lot of attention to his surroundings, worried that the noise would draw in the attention of the shamans. His current state of mind was just like a person who wanted to move silently in the middle of a night and did not want to be discovered, but there was always loud noises by his side. The old man's eyes turned red. This was the first time he ever became afraid of someone in the bone sacrifice realm, and the reason for it was not because of the power of the god of berserkers Su Ming had, but because of his actions. Those actions made him want to tear his hair off his head. After chasing him for a long while, the old man was just about to let slip a roar out of gloom, but he swallowed it down. He turned his head and gave up on the chase once again, charging at full speed back towards Sky Mist City. Su Ming changed his direction behind him at a leisurely pace and followed behind while creating that booming that shook the sky and earth. If the old man sped up, then Su Ming would also speed up. If he slowed down, then Su Ming would also slow down. If he stopped, then Su Ming would also stop. There was forever several hundreds of thousands of feet between them. I'd like to see just how you'll deal with this once you lure in the shamans. If you, as a berserker in the bone sacrifice realm, I'm not afraid, then why should I be afraid? The old man's eyes were red by then. He was honestly at the end of his wits due to Su Ming's actions, which was why he decided to simply not think too much about it and charge forward without a word. It was as if he was fueling his speed with all his pent-up gloom and vexation. The two of them moved forward one behind the other. No matter how one thought about it, Su Ming looked as if he was the one chasing down the old man, but the gigantic difference of power between them made this chase seem incredibly weird. A berserker in the middle stage of the bone sacrifice realm was going after the life of a berserker in the initial stage of the berserker soul realm. Once this chase went on for 3 days, due to Su Ming constantly creating booming sounds all over the land of the shamans, he finally caught the attention of those in the shaman tribe. In truth, most of the shamans in that area had gone to war. That was why Su Ming and the old man had not run into shamans trying to stop them during this period of time. That was not to say that the batch of shamans from the battlefield had returned. Su Ming and the old man had instead caught the attention of the new batch of shaman warriors who were heading to the battlefield in Sky Mist City. More accurately speaking, this was a migrating tribe. The warriors in the tribe had formed teams to protect their tribe as they moved forward, and at the same time, once the tribe had reached the location that was arranged for them, a large number of their people had to head to the shamans' gathering place located outside Sky Mist City. There were many migrating tribes like these throughout the entire shaman tribe. The tribe Su Ming and the old berserker ran into was one of them. They were formed of black shadows that seemed to have covered the sky. Those shadows were closely packed and numbered to several thousands. Each of the black shadows was a largely shrunken mackerel pike. The large mackerel pike swam through the clouds, and on its back was a shaman warrior. There were also thousands of shamans traveling on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. 9 ferocious beasts that looked like turtles but had square shells and were several tens of thousands of feet in size protected them from behind. There were many shamans sitting on the 9 strange turtles. There were also some buildings that seemed to have been picked off from the ground and placed on the shells. Further behind them was a long string of people forming a team whose end could not be seen as they sent dust flying into the air with their march. This was clearly not the migration of a small tribe but a shaman tribe leaning on the larger side of the spectrum. There were bound to be powerful end shamans in this sort of tribe. As Su Ming followed after the old berserker as if he was chasing after him, both of them noticed the shamans who had practically blotted out the sky and earth with their numbers coming from the distance. The shamans also saw Su Ming and the old berserker in the distance. In truth, these shamans first heard the booming sounds before they saw Su Ming and the old berserker. Most of them had their eyes trained on the old berserker right from the start because of his incredible power, his uncovered face, and because the shamans could tell that he wasn't a shaman. More importantly, because he was escaping. Fleeing in the direction forward for a berserker in the land of the shamans was something that logical. Hence it was only logical that the person who was chasing after his life was his enemy, and in the land of the shamans, the only people who were against the berserkers were mostly shamans. Besides, Su Ming was wearing a straw hat, and when he'd noticed the group of shamans with his divine sense, he brought out a spirit plunder, but he did not place next to himself. Instead, he held it in his hands. Even so, the unique dark light and power of absorption that came from the pill still spread out, causing the air around Su Ming to look as if it was distorting. Which was why, at first glance, he looked rather similar to the young soul catcher he'd seen previously. There were also Su Ming's words, which were spoken in a hoarse and ghastly voice. "My fellow tribesmen behind me, where are you from? I am Mo Su, a medial soul catcher from Lizard Shaman tribe. Please aid me in killing this person. He is a powerful berserker in the initial stage of the berserker soul realm." The old berserker who seemed to be fleeing rapidly in front almost puked blood when he heard those words. He had no time to speak in his mad dash, and as he was running away, he began cursing in his heart. Does he think those shamans are blind? Medial soul catcher, my foot, huh? His thoughts came to an abrupt halt. Chapter 367, Autumn Sea. When Su Ming spoke, a shaman crystal appeared in his left hand. With one squeeze, the crystal instantly shone with a brilliant light. With a flash in the sky, that light turned into a gigantic lizard above Su Ming. That lizard was naturally the sacred beast of Lizard Shaman tribe. There were many uses for shaman crystals. Su Ming had learned from Wu Duo that one of their many uses was a way for shamans to show their tribe's sacred beast as a form of courtesy if they ran into other shamans in an unfamiliar place. In the end, he had chosen not to probe into Wu Duo's origins, but had instead chosen to ask about the shamans, customs and characteristics. Wu Duo had told him everything. He had also somewhat guessed Su Ming's intentions, but he did not expose him because they were people walking down the same path, albeit they were from different races. They perhaps have not had a deep friendship, but after fighting through numerous battles together, they had slowly come to form a unique rapport, and this way they had come to form a friendship between two people of different races. Perhaps it was a brittle friendship, but it might also not be that brittle. At the very least, right now Su Ming was using the method Wu Duo told him to activate the power of the shaman crystal. Once he brought out the illusion of the sacred beast of Lizard Shaman tribe based on what he saw in the past and what he remembered, the shaman tribe that had stirred up the dust on the land and blotted the sky and earth manifested their own in the form of an illusion in the sky. From a shaman crystal, a gigantic and ferocious beast was called out. It was a gigantic mackerel pike, one that Su Ming was familiar with and had seen before. The illusion of the mackerel pike appeared in the sky. Compared to it, the lizard was really insignificant. However, if the tribe revealed the image of the sacred beast, then it meant that they had acknowledged Su Ming's words and had also accepted his exercise of shaman etiquette, which was why they had returned the greeting. The sudden scene caused the fleeing berserker to widen his eyes in disbelief. He had no knowledge of this sort of shaman etiquette. In truth, there were not many people who knew of this sort of etiquette in the land of the shamans, because it was really insignificant. Even if a people could call out sacred beasts, it usually only took one glance for them to recognize whether other people were shamans as well. The most distinct characteristic would be the strength of that person's mental prowess. At that moment, Su Ming had already spread his divine sense so that it covered his entire body. Then, along with the mysterious air spreading from spirit plunder that was hidden from sight in his hand, he gave all those around him a feeling that he was a soul catcher, even though he was wearing a bamboo hat. The old berserker who was running away might not know about this rule of conduct, but he knew that Su Ming was definitely not part of the shaman tribe. When the group of shamans appeared behind him, his skin crawled, but as he continued charging forward, with a sinister intention, he said, "Interesting, since when has the true divinity Wind Berserker of the Berserker tribe and the scion of the first god of berserkers become a shaman? Why didn't I know about this?" Almost the moment the old man said those words, Su Ming let out a cold harumph. He did not explain himself but loosened the grip of his right hand, causing spirit plunder in his hand to float above his head. It shone with a brilliant dark light as if it wanted to absorb everything in the world into it. Su Ming distinctly remembered that when the young soul catcher he killed in the land of the berserkers saw this pearl, he had said that this was the soul catcher pearl that only end shamans could create. This pearl seemed to be rather famous in the shaman tribe. Besides, Su Ming also remembered that when he brought out his spirit plunder in lizard shaman tribe that the patriarch of that tribe had also recognized this as an item that belonged to the shamans, and had been baffled as to why Su Ming could possess and use it. Soul catcher pearl. It was just as Su Ming had predicted. The moment the pearl was brought out, someone from the migrating shaman tribe behind them immediately cried out in surprise. The old berserker was stunned, and at that moment, an old woman walked out abruptly from the thousands of mackerel pikes in the sky behind Su Ming. The old woman's hair was white and her skin filled with wrinkles. There was a tattoo of a mackerel pike on her face. She held a cane made of fish bone in her hand, and with one step, she appeared right before Su Ming, several tens of thousands of feet behind the old berserker. She was a ladder shaman. Su Ming's pupils shrank under the straw hat covering his head. The instant the old woman walked past him, he could feel a power that was similar to that of a divine sense from the old woman's body, scanning him. There was also a man whose hair was so long it was about 10 feet in length sitting on the head of a turtle located at the center of the 9 turtles on the ground. The man looked to be in his 40s, but there were age spots that only belonged to the elderly covering his skin. He originally had his eyes closed, but at the same time the old woman appeared, he opened his eyes slowly. Within them was a light that could make someone feel shaken to the core. It was just a gaze, but it was enough to make Su Ming's entire body tremble. It also made the old berserker, who was fleeing in front, feel as if his soul was about to scatter. His body suddenly came to a stop, as if he was tied up and could not move forward. End. Soul catcher. The old berserker's expression turned incredibly sour. He could not move his body at all, as if his soul had been captured. That was not all, he had also lost control of his body and was slowly turning around. Then, like a puppet, he started walking towards the old woman. Terror and shock could be seen clearly in his eyes. "Take off your straw hat." Just as the old berserker started walking over without any form of resistance, as if his body was controlled, the man sitting cross-legged on the turtle on the ground trained his eyes on Su Ming. His gaze was profound and his words were spoken in a strange rhythm. Su Ming instantly felt a mighty willpower coming forth from the man's eyes. In an instant, it touched his outspread divine sense, turning into a force that caused him to stagger. However, the man immediately pulled back his divine sense, so Su Ming was not harmed. A thought appeared in Su Ming's head and he slowly took the straw hat down, revealing a face covered by a black mask. That mask belonged to Han Mountain's ancestor. Although he was wearing a mask, Su Ming's eyes also shone with profundity. The unique presence he gained after he reached the bone sacrifice realm was also clearly reflected on his body, even though he did not show his real face. That profound gaze, the floating spirit plunder, and the divine sense that was spread around his body caused the Su Ming now to look as if he was truly a medial soul catcher. At that moment, his presence became rather similar to the man's on the turtle. This was a similarity that was only possible between soul catchers. Even if the old berserker now had his body controlled, he could still see how Su Ming looked like at that moment. Even if his heart was filled with terror, he still could not help but have this thought appear in his head. Could it be, he's really a soul catcher? Interesting, I can sense the presence of a berserker, a shaman, and an immortal on you. The man whose hair was 10 feet long was actually an incredibly handsome man. Even if he had those age spots which belong to the elderly, they did not destroy his good looks. Instead, they gave him a charm brought by age. You're the first person whom I can't figure out on sight. Tell just which race you belong to. You're like a soul catcher, and if other shamans looked at you, they would think you were a soul catcher as well, but you're not a soul catcher. Take off your mask. The man shook his head slightly and commanded leisurely. Su Ming's heart pounded against his chest. When the man's words echoed by his ears, a glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes and he did something bold. Han Mountain Bell was inside him, and within Han Mountain Bell was that strange rod snake. Su Ming had once released that rod snake during battle in the war, and it had also pierced through the old berserker's palm. He could still remember clearly that the snake had swallowed the illusionary candle dragon that appeared once the young soul catcher opened his eyes. Su Ming had clearly sensed the rod snake's excitement and desire the instant it devoured the candle dragon. Su Ming did not take down the mask, but instead poured all his thoughts into the black stone fragment hanging below his throat. This was his last resort, entering the strange dimension to escape all dangers. However, there were drawbacks in doing this. This was Su Ming's greatest secret, and unless he absolutely needed to, he did not want to use it. At the same time he began making preparations to activate the stone, Su Ming opened up a small crack on the Han Mountain Bell contained in his body and released the strange rod snake's presence. That presence instantly surrounded Su Ming's entire body. However, that presence was clearly very weak, so there were not many who managed to notice it. Only the natural instincts of the ferocious beasts allowed them to notice it, and only some people with unique senses could sense it. Almost the instant that presence spread from Su Ming's body, all the mackerel pikes in the sky let out piercing shrieks and retreated simultaneously. Terror appeared on their faces, as if they had just sensed something terrifying. They were not the only ones reacting that way. All the creatures on the ground were acting in the same manner. Even the 9 turtle beasts that were 100,000 feet in size also started trembling furiously. 8 among the 9 started roaring, and those roars did not sound as if they were fighting against something, but were instead roars of terror. The turtle underneath the long-haired man did not roar, but it was shivering incessantly. The long-haired man sitting on it was stunned and his eyes became as wide as saucers. Dark light shone within his eyes and he stared fixedly at Su Ming. Gradually, his expression changed. Candle Dragon, I am a medial soul catcher from Lizard Shaman tribe traveling through the land of the shamans. Ever since I was born, I already possessed the presence of the Candle Dragon. Senior, you are a soul catcher, you should be able to tell whether this presence is real or fake. I'm not taking off my mask for personal reasons. Please don't make this hard for me. Su Ming spoke slowly and calmly. In the time he spoke and spread out the rod snake's presence, he completed activating the path to the dimension in the stone. He could enter at any time he wanted now. Uproars rose all around them. As the creatures roared, the shamans standing on them started looking at Su Ming differently. To them, besides the mask, he was identical from his head to toe, including his eyes, to the terrifying soul catchers they'd met before. Even the soul catchers standing in the crowd underneath had the same feeling. The long-haired man stared at Su Ming for a few moments before he said languidly, "Our fellow tribesmen from Lizard Shaman tribe, we are now in a time of war. Don't leave now. Join Autumn Sea tribe and become our tribe's soul catcher." Su Ming frowned. "I can join you, but you must give that person to me. I want to turn him into a puppet and grant him the status of an undying." Chapter 368, Blood of the Shamans. Autumn Sea tribe was one of the larger tribes in the land of the shamans. This migrating group was just a part of it. The team was so long that from afar they looked as if they were connected together. They traveled close to each other, and there were also a large amount of gigantic ferocious beasts dragging with them some unique-looking buildings with the members of Autumn Sea tribe sitting on them as they slowly moved forward. There were thousands of mackerel pikes swimming in the sky, and they looked as if they had blotted out the sky. Whistling sounds reverberated in the air, and there were also quite a large number of these mackerel pikes who spread out around the perimeter as if patrolling the area. Su Ming sat on top of a turtle that was 100,000 feet in size. There were 9 members of Autumn's Sea tribe sitting around him. The levels of cultivation of these 9 people were anything but ordinary. All of them were medial shamans. They had Su Ming surrounded in the middle as if they were flanking him. It was an order from the male end shaman. There was a person lying beside Su Ming, the old berserker. He could not move his body, but his mind remained clear. His heart was filled with shock from what he had seen previously. He had originally not believed that Su Ming was a soul catcher, but the progression of events had made him hesitant. By that point, he was already completely uncertain as to who Su Ming was. Su Ming remained silent as he sat on the turtle. His expression was calm and not a hint of what he truly felt in his heart could be seen. He was sitting on the second of the 9 turtles. The first turtle right before was the male end shaman's ride. From where Su Ming was, he could see the long-haired man whose back was turned towards him as he sat on the first turtle in the distance. That length of hair was something Su Ming had never seen before. He was also the first ever end shaman Su Ming had ever seen before. When he remembered that an end shaman had the power equivalent to those who had attained great completion in the berserker soul realm, Su Ming's pupils shrank. How many end shamans are there among the shamans? There can't be a lot of them. It's just like how there are very few berserkers who have attained great completion in the berserker soul realm. Su Ming's understanding towards end shamans and berserkers who had attained great completion in the berserker soul realm was very limited. This was simply too far away to him. It was just one gaze, and he already made a berserker in the initial stage of the berserker soul stage almost break down, and then he captured him just like that. The strength of an end shaman should be considered as the peak in the land of South Morning. End shaman, I wonder what his name is. He must be a famous person in the shaman and berserker tribes. Without bringing any attention to himself, Su Ming started examining his surroundings. The tribe was not moving quickly. When dusk arrived, the migrating tribe started slowing down. The members of Autumn's Sea tribe started setting up beast skin tents and building up bonfires skillfully on the desolate land. Everything was done in an orderly manner and there was not a hint of them scrambling about in their actions. It was as if everyone knew exactly what they had to do. When dusk went by and the sky turned completely dark, the bonfires lit up the area. Even if they were a migrating tribe that was resting at that moment, the area which they occupied was still very large. At the very least, when Su Ming stood up and looked into the distance, he could only vaguely see the end of the line and was unable to determine just how big was this temporary tribal village. The moon gradually peeked out from the clouds, and firelight flickered on the ground. Even though it was dark in the distance, the tribe was rather well illuminated. There were some children playing around. Occasionally, playful laughter would ring in the air. Gradually, as the members of Autumn's Sea tribe brought out food and some of them started roasting meat over the bonfires, the aromatic scent of food filled the air, and bustling sounds permeated the air. Su Ming sat beside a bonfire and took in everything. If he did not look at the tattoos, he could even have a false impression that he was not sitting among shamans, but among berserkers. It did not matter whether it was their food or their manner of living, everything between the two races were too similar. The only differences between them were their divine abilities and their arts. As Su Ming fell into a daze, he saw 3 children about 7 or 8 years of age on the other side of the bonfire. They wore beast skins and their hair was a little messy. They were playing tag. One of the children had big eyes and rosy cheeks. He looked very adorable. The boy was running in front with cheerful laughter. His 2 friends chased after him. The 2 of you are too slow. I'll count to 3. If you still can't catch up to me, then I won't let you 2 play with this rattle drum. The boy running in front held a round-shaped rattle drum with a handle connecting to the drum in his hand. However, the ground was not flat, and as he turned his head around to talk, he tripped over something and instantly fell to the ground. When he fell, his 2 friends behind him immediately caught up to him, and the 3 of them instantly started playing together. However, as the 3 of them played around, squabbling sounds started, causing Su Ming to look over. "It's your fault. You broke the rattle drum. It's your fault. My papa made this for me. You have to give it back." The boy who had fallen down previously had his head lowered at that moment and looked as if he was about to cry. The rattle drum he held in his hands now had a tear on it. The two other children standing before him looked hurt and angry. The three of them started yelling at each other. Things like this occasionally happened among children. Most of the shamans around chose to ignore this when such arguments happened. Compared to the innocence of the children, the adult shamans were feeling heavy-hearted, because before long, they would also have to join the battle, and perhaps in the end, very few of them would survive. Su Ming looked at the three children and stared at the toy rattle in that boy's hand before he stood up slowly. The instant he got up, the 9 medial shamans surrounding him instantly trained their gazes on him, and guarded looks appeared in their eyes. Su Ming ignored those 9 gazes trained on him and started walking towards the 3 squabbling children. The 9 medial shamans frowned at Su Ming's actions. One of them that was in between Su Ming and the 3 children stood up when he started walking over. He stared at Su Ming and was just about to open his mouth when his vision blurred. When the world before him became clear once again, he had already lost sight of Su Ming. That person was momentarily stunned, before he turned his head around swiftly and saw Su Ming with his back towards him as he walked towards the 3 children. As that person's expression changed, the other 8 reacted in the same manner. Just as all of them wanted to close in on Su Ming, they saw him arriving beside the 3 children. He stopped and crouched down. "Let me see, maybe I can repair it." Su Ming may have been wearing a mask, but the gentle look in his eyes and the soft tone in his voice was still as clear as day. The 3 children were stunned, then looked at Su Ming with wide eyes. "Uncle, can you repair the rattle drum? My papa made it for me. It's his fault that it's broken. Uncle, please repair it. It's my fault that it's broken." Behind Su Ming, the 9 medial shamans who wanted to get closer came to an abrupt halt. They had heard Su Ming's words and seen his actions. Su Ming took the small rattle drum from the boy's hands and examined it. At that instant, nostalgia appeared in his eyes. The similarities between the shaman and berserker tribes had caused even the children's toys to almost be the same. For example, this rattle drum. Su Ming remembered that his elder had made one for him when he was young. It was a small rattle drum made using beast skins, and there was a small stone tied to both sides of the drum with strings made of straw. If he held it in his hand and turned his wrist a little, the small stones wrapped up in string would hit the surface of the drum and let out rattling sounds. This was one of Su Ming's favorite toys when he was young. He looked at the rattle drum in his hand and a smile appeared on his face under the mask. One side of the drum was torn, which was why no sound could be produced. Su Ming lifted his hand and ripped off the torn beast skin, then ripped off a corner of the boy's shirt, then placed it on the drum once again. Once he fixed it in place, he turned his wrist with the drum in hand, and instantly, rattling sounds appeared in the air. The 3 children immediately started cheering, and excited looks appeared on their faces. Once they took the repaired rattle drum from Su Ming, 2 of them looked at each other, then ran into the distance excitedly. "Uncle, thank you, I'm Abu." The boy who had previously broken the rattle drum when he fell waved at Su Ming and happily ran off to join his friends. At that moment, Su Ming was not paying any mind to the blood feud between the shamans and the berserkers in the land of South Morning, neither was he paying any attention to the war between both sides that would last for an unknown period of time next to Sky Mist City. He looked at the innocent children and sighed. "Brother Mo, I didn't expect that you would help the children repair the rattle drum. You must have seen your past self in them." A cheerful voice came from behind Su Ming. Along with those words came a young man dressed in a black robe with long hair that went down to his waist. The young man's skin was fair, and there was a tattoo of a mackerel pike at the center of his brows. He looked slightly different compared to the other shamans. Most of the time, the shamans' tattoos covered their entire face, but this person's tattoo only covered the center of his brows. There was not a single hint of a tattoo anywhere else on his face. He walked from afar, and as he got closer, respect appeared on the faces of the 9 medial shamans who were keeping close watch on Su Ming. The young man lifted his hand and waved at them, and the 9 people quickly backed away. "The past is no longer here." Su Ming turned around and cast the young man a flat look. "The past may be gone, but we have to keep a tight grip of the present, because what you do know will decide your future." The young man also looked at Su Ming, but with a faint smile on his lips. At that moment, their gazes met. I am Yam Yu, a medial soul catcher from Autumn Sea tribe. The young man spoke with a smile, then turned his gaze away from Su Ming, sitting down at a bonfire. Brother Mo, care to have a drink? As the young man spoke, someone behind him immediately took a few brisk steps forward and placed 2 pots of wine by his side before backing down respectfully. Su Ming sat down nearby and shook his head. The young man brought up a wine pot and took a large swig from it once he opened it. Then he let out a long breath. The young man placed the wine pot down, then said, seemingly casually, Brother Mo, you came from the battlefield, right? Why do you say that? Su Ming asked calmly. I can smell the blood of shamans on you. There must have been plenty of shamans who died in your hands, you, who also happen to be the true divinity Wind Berserker. The young man spoke slowly, but the moment he said those words, it was as if a chill hand closed in on Su Ming from within the bustling tribe. Chapter 369, Nine Li Shaman Tribe. Su Ming remained calm. His expression did not change at all due to the young man's words. It was as if he did not hear him at all. Perhaps I should be calling you Brother Su, and not, Brother Mo. When the young man saw Su Ming reacting this way, he spoke once again, still with a slow tone. Su Ming smiled faintly and lifted his head to look at the mackerel pikes swimming about in the dark sky. With a glint in his eyes, he took off the mask on his face, placed it by his side and took a big swig from the wine pot at his side. The instant he took off the mask, all the 9 previously retreating medial shamans immediately took a few steps forward and stood around them. Their expressions changed and murderous intent shone in their eyes, but they did not attack. The young man's eyes were instantly trained on Su Ming, like lightning when he saw his sudden movements. He stared at Su Ming's pale face and the scar under his eyes, and after a long while, he let out a cold harumph. You killed many of my tribesmen, and the thickness of the smell of shaman blood on you can be detected li away. How dare you sit so brazenly among us? Do you not believe that with just one command from me, your head will immediately fall to the ground and your soul will instantly scatter? Do you believe that before my head falls to the ground, I won't drag you to hell with me? Do you believe that once my head falls to the ground, your Autumn Sea tribe won't find it incredibly hard to even walk down the land of the shamans? Su Ming brought up the wine pot and drank another mouthful before he cast the young man a flat look. Do you not believe that perhaps my head will not even fall to the ground? The young man stared at Su Ming, then suddenly started chuckling after a long while. His chuckles were not loud, but as he started chuckling, the cold look in his eyes disappeared. Su Ming, oh Su Ming, this is the first time we met, but you already gave me a lot of surprises. I didn't expect that you, a member of the Berserker tribe, would repair a rattle drum for the children of my race. I also didn't expect that once I exposed your real identity, you would turn the tables and threaten me when we are in my tribe. Do you know that your name has already spread to all the Berserkers? Even if Sky Mist City has issued a gag order, the things that happened that day cannot be hidden away. True Divinity Wind Berserker, True Divinity Lightning Berserker, and you even obtained a part of the legacy belonging to the first god of Berserkers. You, who possesses the power of the god of Berserkers, have already caught the attention of all the powerful Berserkers in the land of the Berserkers. At the same time, you have also caught the attention of many powerful shamans. Su Ming did not speak. He simply continued drinking. The instant he was exposed, his heart had indeed been in turmoil, but he soon calmed down. There were many mysteries that could not be explained clearly about this matter, such as why he was allowed to stay in the tribe and why the young man said all these things even though he had no obligation to tell him about them. However, once the young man said his piece, Su Ming began to have a vague understanding about the situation. I've always been curious about why there were only one shaman and one berserker who chased after me when I left Sky Mist City that day and why I didn't run into any other shamans on the way, but at the very last moment, I encountered all of you. Now, I understand it somewhat. Su Ming put the wine pot down and looked at the young man sitting before him, then he said, "Thank you for this." The young man's pupils shrank, but he shook his head after a long while and sighed. It's so boring. I originally thought your expression would change slightly or you would react in an extreme fashion, but I didn't expect that you would remain so calm. That's right. My people are fighting on the battlefield now. Our sacred lady is also there. She was the one who created the chance for you to escape in secret. She warded off the other powerful shamans from other tribes chasing you down. There's also someone helping you in secret from Sky Mist City. That's why there were only 2 people who came after you in the end. You ran into us because the thought soothsayers from my tribe have predicted your arrival. You can say that you didn't find us, but we were waiting for you. The young man spoke slowly as he looked at Su Ming. Su Ming fell silent. After a long while, the young man frowned and asked, "Do you know the reason?" "The reason is because you're our shaman lord's junior brother." The person who said those words was not the young man, but an old woman who was walking slowly towards them and was speaking in a raspy voice. That old woman was the end shaman from Autumn Sea tribe Su Ming had seen during the day. When the old woman showed up, the 9 medial shamans around them immediately knelt down on one knee. Their expressions were filled with intense respect and zeal. Even Yamu, who was by Su Ming's side, immediately stood up and bowed towards her respectfully. A very long time ago, before the land of the Berserkers was divided into 5 portions, there was a powerful tribe to the south. The leader of the tribe was so strong that his power was at an equal level to the second god of Berserkers. That tribe was called Nine Li. Something happened between the leader of Nine Li and the second god of Berserkers during that time. We can no longer look into it, but as their descendants, we only know that when the second god of Berserkers was killed by the immortals in the other worlds, he was cut into pieces, and once the land of the Berserkers was divided, Nine Li tribe was also divided and scattered. When the leader of Nine Li died, he left behind a will declaring that the tribe's Berserkers would be hence known as shamans. A large amount of these people gradually increased in number and developed into small tribes in the land of South Morning. They called themselves shamans, and they are the members of the shaman tribe you see today. We shamans are the descendants of the Nine Li tribe, and we keep the blood of Nine Li pure and wait for the blood descendant of our shaman lord to awaken the power that belongs to the Nine Li. However, during the long span of time we waited for the descendant of our shaman lord to awaken, a part of the shamans have changed. They gave up on the glory of the Nine Li and contacted the immortals who came from the other worlds. They are no longer shamans. They're not fit to be called shamans who will not bow to any authority in the world. They are the lapdogs of immortals of the other worlds. We saved you because your eldest senior brother is the shaman lord of Nine Li in this generation. He has arranged for one of Nine Li's 300 shaman souls to be by your side. You are an honored guest of Nine Li shaman tribe. The old woman's voice was ancient and it fell into Su Ming's ears. As he listened to her words, he was shaken. He lowered his head and looked at the bracelet on his wrist. With a single thought, the bracelet immediately turned into black smoke. That black smoke instantly spread and merged together to form a woman's body before him. The woman gradually gained form. Once her body was completely revealed, she swept her gaze across the old woman and the surroundings with her back turned towards Su Ming. "Which faction of Nine Li tribe do you belong to?" For the first time, the woman spoke. Her voice was aloof, and there was a chilling quality to it. "Autumn Sea tribe." The instant the old woman saw the woman, excitement appeared on her face. She wrapped her fist in her palm and bowed to her. She was not the only who did so. All the shamans around the area immediately prostrated themselves before her. "By the orders of our young lord, we are to provide the greatest amount of help we can provide to a certain amount of people in all the tribes that belong to Nine Li Shaman tribe before the catastrophe of the eastern wastelands comes to us. In the previous battle, we've already sent the news to the shamans, but almost all of them no longer have the blood of Nine Li flowing through their veins. The immortals from the other worlds have descended upon us 3 times within the past 100 years. Each time they come to us, there would be traitors who would ally themselves to them to obtain the skill to reach immortality by offering their blood right to them. It is especially so now. With the arrival of the catastrophe of the eastern wastelands, the ancient legends are beginning to show exactly what they meant, and many more of those from Nine Li Shaman tribe have surrendered their blood right to become affiliates of the immortals of the other realms. The battle this time was started by the tribes who have affiliated themselves to the immortals. The few tribes who still have the blood of Nine Li coursing in our veins will face the danger of extermination if we don't follow their orders and send our warriors to war. Young lord, please come back and bring us back to the path of Nine Li." With an agitated face, the old woman knelt down. Su Ming's breathing quickened. He suddenly realized that the originally rowdy Autumn Sea tribe in the area where he stood had become silent. Those from further away might not be looking towards them, but Su Ming had a faint feeling that this area had turned into the center of the attention for tens of thousands of members of the Autumn Sea tribe. Right now, there are less than 3 years left before the Immortals' fourth descent within this century. This time, there will be more factions of 9 Li shaman tribes choosing to join them. After all, the temptation of breaking through the end is one that all end shamans cannot resist. It is especially so after the people have seen just how strong a hollow shaman is after the great patriarch made his choice in the past. From what we could tell, the Immortals have also descended 3 times within this century among the Berserkers. It is only logical to assume that there is quite a large number of Berserkers who have come into contact with them as well. In fact, we have our suspicions that Sky Mist City no longer belongs to the Berserkers. The old woman spoke quickly, as if she wanted to use this chance to tell everything that she knew to their shaman lord through this shaman soul of 9 Li. Su Ming sucked in a sharp breath. The old woman's words had delivered a great shock to him. We believe that Sky Mist City is fighting against the shaman tribes that have affiliated themselves to the Immortals from the other worlds because they belong to 2 or 3 different factions of power among those Immortals. Shaman Lord, what should we do? The old woman asked hastily. The woman formed by the black smoke continued to stay silent. Su Ming was also silent. He had a sudden feeling that Autumn Sea tribe saved him in secret and allowed him to stay in their tribe so that they could have a chance to speak to his eldest senior brother. It was not because of Su Ming himself that they did so. When he remembered his eldest senior brother, Su Ming could not help but be reminded of his master. The 9 Li shaman soul formed by the black smoke still remained silent. Suddenly, a calm voice floated towards them from afar. Those words were uttered in an indescribable rhythm. That voice was very pleasant to the ears, but at the same time, it also contained a feeling as if it was trying to stun souls. As that voice echoed around, it made all those who heard it feel buzzing sounds going off in their heads. Even the 9 Li shaman soul Su Ming's eldest senior brother had given him looked as if it was about to scatter under the power of that voice. Tell the shaman lord that if he still hasn't made a choice, that I, Zhongzi, whose life has almost ended, will choose to surrender my blood right in exchange for a chance to break through the end. If I succeed, if I am no longer myself. When that voice reached this point, it paused for a moment before it turned into a sigh. Su Ming knew who exactly that voice belonged to, that end soul catcher. Chapter 370. That woman standing on the mackerel pike. As that end soul catcher sighed, the entire Autumn Sea tribe in that temporary tribal village fell into dead silence. Time trickled by slowly. That dead silence turned into a depressive feeling that pressed on all of their hearts, including Su Ming's. Su Ming had more than once made assumptions regarding his eldest senior brother's origins, but it was only now that he truly understood his eldest senior brother's identity. The lord of 9 Li shaman tribe. Right when that depressing feeling became stronger, ripples spread out from the black smoke coming from the female 9 Li shaman soul. Soon after, a voice Su Ming was familiar with came from within, as if it had traveled a long distance through those ripples. Before the Immortals of the other worlds descend upon us for the 4th time, I will come. The instant that voice spoke, almost all the people in Autumn Sea tribe heard it clearly, and all of them prostrated themselves on the ground. Even the mackerel pikes in the sky howled because of that one sentence, causing the dark sky to look as if it had turned into a black sea that was raging with furious waves. Please accept our greetings, Lord of 9 Li. The waves of sound merged together and turned into one voice. That voice only started disappearing slowly after a long while. Youngest junior brother, don't come back to the land of the Berserkers for the time being. Su Ming's eldest senior brother's voice spoke from within the female 9 Li shaman soul, and once he finished saying those words, his voice gradually disappeared. The female 9 Li shaman soul's body also started scattering away to return to Su Ming's wrist. It returned to the form of a bracelet, but the color of the bracelet had become much duller. It was clear that this sort of conversation, even though only 2 sentences had been delivered, was not an easy task. At that moment, all the shamans around Su Ming gradually started rising up from the ground. The old woman cast him a look and no longer paid any attention to him. Instead, she turned around and left. It was as if she had come here just to prove Su Ming right. She was only there to gain a chance to speak to the shaman lord of 9 Li. As for the 9 medial shamans that had stayed beside Su Ming all this while, they seemed to have received a new order and left the area, no longer paying any attention to him. Only Yamu remained in the area while giving Su Ming a smile. He picked up the wine jar and took a big swig from it. Great, now the old folks are all gone. There's no else here who will restrict your movements anymore. Brother Su, you can leave at any time you want. If you don't want to leave, you can also stay here. It'll be better for you, too. Just, what exactly is the descent of the immortals from the other worlds? Su Ming remained silent for a moment before he too picked up the wine jar. Once he took a big swig from it, he looked at Yamu. They're naturally the immortals who come from a foreign world. They use a unique method to come to our world. The immortals' spells are different from ours, but all those who can descend among us have incredible power. In fact, they even have a method for our powerful end shamans to break through their current level of cultivation and arrive at Hollow. It can even be said that they have a power for those old monsters who have already attained great completion in the Berserker soul realm to reach another realm. This is an irresistible temptation for those old monsters, especially for those whose life is reaching an end. The power of the world that will be activated when they break through to that new realm is a life changer, and it's almost like attaining immortality. It's not just them. Even I am tempted by this sort of thing, Yamu said with a deep sigh, shrugging. Have you met the immortals before? Su Ming suddenly asked. A glint appeared in Yamu's eyes and he replied softly, I have. I've seen 2 immortals before. They were a man and woman. The man was an old man. He came to Autumn Sea Tribe 10 years ago and fought against Sir Zongzi. Su Ming immediately shot up to attention and listened closely to what Yamu said. I can tell the details of what happened in that battle, but their battle lasted less than the time taken for an incense stick to burn. I couldn't see how they attacked in the sky, I only saw a gigantic hand up above. That hand repeatedly clenched its fist 9 times. After those 9 times, that immortal's battle against Sir Zongzi ended. I saw the old man wearing an incredibly gorgeous robe and walking out of the sky without a word. By the way, there were some pictures sewn on the old man's robes. It was a purple dragon, but the dragon held 4 different items in its claws. One of them was a bottle, the other a pearl, and there was also a small sword. There was another item that was hidden in the clouds, but I couldn't see it. Once the old man left, Sir Zongzi returned to the tribe from the sky. I remember that he had an incredibly sour face at that time. We were all guessing that perhaps, you know what it is. Yama sighed and drank a mouthful from the wine pot in his hand. Su Ming remained silent for a moment before he continued asking, what about the other one? The other one was a woman. A nostalgic look appeared in Yamu's eyes. What can I say about her? She didn't look particularly pretty, but anyone who saw her would be unable to forget that her eyes seemed to contain an entire world on their own. She was flying in the sky alone. When I saw her, I could tell at first glance that she was neither a shaman nor a berserker, because that presence was completely different from ours. If you somehow manage to see an immortal, you'll definitely be able to recognize them at first glance. They give off a completely different feeling. Up till now, I can still remember that her expression looked pretty odd when she saw me. It was a look of conflict, pity, and there was even a hint of fear. She seemed to be very afraid of me, but she had gave me a feeling as if I was facing an end shaman based on what I could sense from her power. I still can't understand why there would be terror on her face. Yamu drank. As he spoke, he shook his head, as if he still could not understand even now. Su Ming sat nearby and slowly lifted his head to look at the stars flickering in the dark sky. A profound look gradually appeared in his eyes, and once it fused with the unique presence on his currently unmasked face, an indescribable charm slowly manifested about him. Yamu put down the wine pot and no longer thought about the woman in his memories. He instinctively cast a glance at Su Ming, but the moment he looked at him, he suddenly shuddered, and his expression changed drastically. Yamu was momentarily stunned, then sucked in a deep breath. When Su Ming eventually lowered his head and looked towards him, the profound look in his eyes had disappeared and had turned into calmness. Only then was Yamu shocked by what he saw and he rubbed his eyes. What's wrong? Su Ming asked. Yamyu remained silent for a moment before he looked at Su Ming and said slowly, "The feeling you gave me just now was the exact same as the old immortal and the female immortal I saw in the past. That's a completely different presence compared to us. Sir Zhongzi is right, there's a fog around you that can't be seen through. If it wasn't because we knew for sure that you were a berserker, then I would definitely think you were a medial soul catcher. If I didn't know about your origins, I would have thought you were an immortal who descended upon us just now." Yamyu shook his head and chased away the sudden thought that had appeared in his head. He was certain it was impossible. There was no way a true divinity-wind berserker would be an immortal, neither was it possible for an immortal to obtain the legacy of the first god of berserkers. It was the same for the shamans, they wouldn't be able to get those legacies either. An immortal, huh? Su Ming mumbled, and bitterness appeared in his heart. Compared to Yamyu's misconception, Su Ming's confusion stemmed from the source of his bitterness. It would have been better if he was completely confused by it, but he already had several theories as to why he would feel bitter about it. Those were theories that he did not want to accept, and in fact, could not accept. Where is the location of the spot where the immortals will descend? Approximately when would that be? I also saw a woman with that sort of presence when I was in the battlefield beyond Sky Mist City. Do you know who she is? Where can I find these immortals? Su Ming immediately asked. You're speaking too quickly. The immortals won't descend in another 3 years. I don't know the precise date, but when you see that the sky is still bright even though it should be dark, or when the sky should be bright, but it's dark, then it means that it's time for them to descend. I do know the precise location. They'll be descending on the highest mountain in the land of the shamans, Cloud Shaman Summit. They've been landing there the previous few times. As for the immortal you mentioned that appeared in the battlefield, I don't know who she is, since I've never seen her before, but I do know of a place where you'll definitely be able to see the immortals. That would be where the Great Patriarch is now, God of Shaman's Temple. It's also on top of Cloud Shaman Summit. As Yamyu spoke, he stood up. He cast Su Ming a glance, then hesitated for a moment before he brought out a wooden slip from his bosom and handed it to him. By the looks of it, you've chosen to leave. This is a map that covers most of the areas in the land of the shamans. It's an item that only those within Autumn Sea tribe can have. Take it, it'll be useful to you. Even though we're in a time of war, but there are still dangers lurking around if you travel alone. With your current level of cultivation, well, do your best. Yamyu shook his head and picked up his wine pot before he left Su Ming. Su Ming took the wooden slip and stood up once he put it away in his bosom. He had indeed chosen to leave. The purpose for him to come to the land of the shamans was not just to find a breakthrough for his level of cultivation through countless life and death battles, but he also wanted to find out exactly what was destiny from those immortals who came to this world. The immortals from the other worlds were going to descend 3 years later. He had to go, but before that, he had many other things to do, be it him creating medicinal pills and refining the old berserker in the berserker soul realm, or even training the arts of the wind berserker and the lightning berserker, and also fusing the crystals of inheritance with himself. He needed time to prepare all of these things. There was also the possibility of the rod snake going through a metamorphosis, and also the unknown medicinal pill in the medicinal cauldron he kept in his body, and he also had to refine Han Mountain Bell now, since his level of cultivation had just increased so that he could master the true power of this priceless treasure. All of these things were pending in wait, and Su Ming had to finish doing all of them. 3 years later, I have to become stronger. Determination appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He was just about to leave when his expression suddenly changed and he lifted his head swiftly. At that moment, Yamyu was still not too far away. Roaring sounds suddenly came from the dark sky, and as the clouds tumbled about in the air, the mackerel pikes in the sky started howling together. Those howls did not seem to be like those that were directed towards enemies, but instead, they sounded like they were welcoming someone, and they simultaneously moved back. A gigantic mackerel pike pushed through the sea of clouds, and it was so huge that its precise size could not be seen. The people below could only see a part of its body that was revealed out of the sea of clouds. That mackerel pike seemed to be treating the sky as its ocean and was drifting towards them. There was a woman holding a bamboo flute standing on its back. That woman's black locks swayed in the air and she wore a white robe. As she got closer, a breathtakingly beautiful face that could make hearts pound came into view. Chapter 371, Persecution. This was the third time Su Ming saw that mackerel pike and that woman. The first time he saw them, he had just awakened and was on the way to freezing Sky Clan. He saw this woman coming towards Sky Mist Barrier and heard the booming clashes of her fight against Bai Chongzai. From that moment onwards, the image of that mackerel pike and the woman was forever engraved in Su Ming's memories. The second time he saw them was during the Battle of Sky Mist City. He saw the woman joining the battle and also saw the mackerel pike's strange power. It was also during that time that the woman extended a hand to him in secret and helped Su Ming escape the battlefield. However, it was only during the third time that Su Ming could see them at such close proximity, the woman and the sacred beast that would leave behind an unforgettable image once a person saw it, the mackerel pike. Su Ming stood in the tribe and watched the clouds tumbling in the sky, looked at the numerous mackerel pikes who were much more smaller compared to it, letting out howls of respect, and stared at the beautiful woman whose hair danced in the air as she held a flute in her hands and swept her gaze across the land. At that moment, the woman's eyes landed on Su Ming, who was standing within the temporary tribal village built by Autumn Sea tribe in the land. But her gaze did not stay. It was as if Su Ming did not exist in her eyes. When the gigantic mackerel pike eventually stopped and floated in the sky above the tribe, the woman walked down with light steps. Her robes fluttered in the air gracefully. When she landed in the tribe, she turned into a white arc and flew towards the center of it. The time from her appearance to subsequent disappearance into the tribe was not long, but it made all the members of Autumn Sea tribe fired up. They might not be crying out and causing a commotion, but Su Ming could still see the excitement and fanaticism in all their eyes. The sacred lady, Wan Chu, Yamyu, who was standing 100 feet away from Su Ming, was staring at the spot where the woman disappeared with a fanatic but complicated look in his eyes. After a long while, he shook his head and walked into the distance with the wine pot in his hand. As he left, the area around the bonfire where Su Ming was sitting gradually became silent. Besides the crackling sounds coming from the bonfire as it burned, not many other sounds could be heard. Su Ming remained silent for a moment, then went to the old berserker whose name he still did not know. With just one glance from Zhongzi, this old man was sealed within his own body. As time went by, not only did the seal not become weaker, his soul also seemed to have frozen up and his eyes became blank. Su Ming waved his arm beside the old berserker, and immediately, he was placed in the storage bag where the fire ape was kept. Once he straightened out his robes, Su Ming turned his head around and cast a glance at the temporary tribal village built by Autumn Sea tribe, then turned back and started walking out. He was going to leave and search for his own path. Before he left, he did not visit the End shamans in Autumn Sea tribe or the sacred lady Wan Chu. They saved him because they wanted to speak to his eldest senior brother. This was a trade. Besides, all the others beside Yamyu were aloof to him. Once they finished speaking to his eldest senior brother, they had completely ignored him. Su Ming might not be bothered by it, but he would not go asking for trouble on his own. If they wanted to ignore him, then he would also ignore them. As he turned around, Su Ming gradually walked away. His back seemed to look a little bleak and lonely, making him not fit in with the rest of the people around him. There was always a veil of confusion surrounding him. However, Su Ming usually hid that confusion deep within him. Only when he was alone would that confusion show itself. As he continued moving forward, Su Ming walked past several bonfires. Some guards from Autumn Sea tribe who were on night duty saw him when he walked past, but they also seemed to have received an order. When they saw that Su Ming was leaving and not moving towards some important parts within Autumn Sea tribe, they did not stop him. They only looked at him coldly. Right the moment Su Ming was about to walk out of Autumn Sea tribe, his footsteps suddenly froze, because there was a raspy voice traveling slowly towards him from the deeper parts of the tribe behind him. "Are you leaving just like that?" Su Ming was not unfamiliar with this voice. It belonged to the old female End shaman. "My tribe saved you twice. Are you not going to repay us?" The old woman's voice was cold and contained no emotion as it echoed around Su Ming. Su Ming remained silent. "Leave your bracelet behind. It is the shaman soul of our 9 Li tribe, it doesn't belong to you." The old woman's voice came from behind Su Ming, causing ripples to form around Su Ming. "This is a gift from your shaman lord of 9 li to me." Su Ming turned around and looked around, but he could not see the old woman. "Or you can choose to stay until the shaman lord comes back." Almost the instant Su Ming finished speaking, the old woman spoke once again. As her words were said, the originally empty space before Su Ming suddenly distorted and the old woman walked out from within. "I'll give you the span of 10 breaths to make your choice." The old woman stood there and cast Su Ming a cold glance before ignoring him. To her, Su Ming was just a tool for their tribe to contact their shaman lord. If the tool wanted to leave, they would only allow him to do so if he left the bracelet behind. Besides, Su Ming's level of cultivation was absolutely nothing to her. The weak had no right to bring up any conditions before the strong, they could only submit to the strong. She was not bothered by Su Ming's identity in the Berserker tribe either. Even if she heard that he possessed a hint of the god of Berserkers' power, she had never seen that power before. In her eyes, with her status in 9 Li Shaman tribe and her power as an End Shaman, there was no way that so-called power of the god of Berserkers could kill her, especially when she was in her own tribe. Besides, she also came here on orders. Someone asked her to come and test the power of the god of Berserkers, which she did not believe in. Su Ming lowered his head and looked at the bracelet on his wrist. Time trickled by, and when the 6th breath arrived, Su Ming no longer hesitated and took off the bracelet. He lifted his head and looked at the old woman. He knew that she paid absolutely no mind to him. In fact, her gaze when she looked at him was that of a superior being looking at an ant, and she did not bother hiding it. Saving him was so that she could speak to his eldest senior brother. Saving him was all for the sake of this bracelet. In truth, the old woman was not the only one who did it. Even that Zhang Zi was the same. Su Ming smiled faintly and looked at the old woman before he threw that bracelet to her. "From now on, there is no longer any connection between Autumn Sea tribe and me. You saved me once and obtained a chance to speak to your shaman tribe. That is a trade. The second time you saved me, you asked for the bracelet. I will count this as a trade. Now, everything has ended. I beg my leave." Su Ming's eyes were calm as he turned around and walked down the road. The old woman caught the bracelet, then cast a glance at Su Ming. Her eyes sparkled. She might respect the shaman lord, but she was still a powerful shaman in Autumn Sea tribe. Besides, the situation in the land of the shamans was rapidly changing. They could not place all their hopes on the shaman lord. In her eyes, this Su Ming was weak. If he left alone, then he would definitely die in the land of the shamans. Once this person died, then all his treasures would be taken away by someone else, and that someone else might even be privy to the things on this person that still remained a secret to her. If that was the case, then it would be better if he stayed. The 2 trades have indeed ended, but since you're a berserker, why do you have the soul catcher pearl of the shamans? Leave the soul catcher pearl behind and also explain to us why you have the presence of the candle dragon on you. You can leave after that. Our tribe won't make things hard for you either. We're just taking your things to keep it for you. When the shaman lord comes, I will naturally give them to him. Or else." Before the old woman even finished speaking, she was interrupted by a long string of laughter from Su Ming. Su Ming had put up with this for a very long time. If they wanted the bracelet, he could give it to them. This item never belonged to him to begin with. However, Autumn Sea tribe had deliberately continued to make things difficult after he gave them the bracelet and demanded for his spirit plunder, even seeking to examine the secret of him possessing a soul catcher's presence. If Su Ming yielded to their desires in this matter, then what awaited him would be even more instances of him submitting to them. "Autumn Sea tribe, do you really think that you have everything about me in your control? You've already taken away the bracelet. This is a warning, do not go overboard." Su Ming turned around swiftly and a freezing glare appeared in his eyes. As his words echoed in the air, a large amount of shamans immediately appeared around him and looked at him coldly, but besides that cold look, there was also scorn. As for that old woman, a cold sneer formed on her lips and displeasure appeared on her face. "You ungrateful wretch, the soul catcher pearl will only bring disaster to you. I'm doing this for your own good so that you won't be in so much danger when you're venturing outside. Instead of thanking me, you're acting so arrogantly. I'm curious, On what grounds are you threatening me with your level of cultivation? A glint appeared in the old woman's eyes, and as she spoke, she took a step forward. With that one step, the entire ground seemed to tremble. The space between her and Su Ming also seemed to have instantly frozen up. The power of the world around them charged forward at that moment and rushed towards Su Ming. She did not use any shocking divine abilities, but with just that one step, she could already gather up the power of the world and push it towards Su Ming. That level of strength was not something a person in the bone sacrifice realm could compare to. She did not want to kill Su Ming. She only wanted to injure him badly so that he would know how exactly a weakling should act before the strong. Yet the moment she took that one step and the instant the power of the world charged towards Su Ming, he did not do anything else but lifted his right hand and stretch out his index finger. The strand of hair tied on his index finger instantly started burning, and an indescribably mighty power burst forth. The power was so strong that the instant it burst forth, it created a large amount of booming sounds in the area. The power of the world called upon by the old woman started immediately shattering layer by layer, as if it could not withstand the indescribably great power that had burst forth from Su Ming's body. The shattered power of the world started sweeping past the area. All the shamans around him immediately experienced drastic changes to their expressions. They retreated simultaneously, but even so, they were still struck by the force that was spreading in all directions. All of them coughed up blood and fell back like kites in the wind whose strings were snapped. Chapter 372, A Paper Crane. Now you know exactly with what I am threatening you with. Su Ming's words were freezing when he spoke slowly. The old woman's expression changed rapidly, and she instinctively took a few steps back under that force. Her pupils shrank. As she stared at Su Ming's right index finger, she sucked in a deep breath. The power of the god of berserkers. The power only appeared for a brief moment, then disappeared without a trace. It almost felt as if had never even been there. The strand of hair on Su Ming's right index finger stopped burning. At the same time, the force in the area also disappeared instantly. There was no lingering force in the area. Su Ming's floating hair also fell down. His clothes no longer danced in the air, but he remained standing there like a mountain. His gaze was cold as he stared at the old woman. The strand of hair on his finger might not be spreading any hint of aura just like before, but once she witnessed its presence when it exploded forth just now, the old woman's breathing quickened. She stared fixedly at Su Ming's right index finger. It was not as if she had not examined that finger previously, but she had sensed nothing. This was also the reason why she had looked down on the power of the god of berserkers. She was, after all, a shaman, not a berserker. She did not acknowledge that so-called god of berserkers. She was a firm believer that power could only be obtained through training. No matter how strong external power was, it was still external power. With her power as an end shaman, she did not believe that a weak berserker in the bone sacrifice realm could control a great external power and instantly kill her. Yet that moment, sweat broke out on her forehead. During that instant she witnessed the power of the god of berserkers. Fear rose in her heart. When that presence appeared, she could not even think of fighting back. It was as if her will was completely suppressed. Her mind was blank. She was completely certain that if Su Ming wanted to kill her, then she would not have survived the power of that one finger. Just as the old woman was seized by terror, Su Ming turned his gaze towards her and stared at her coldly. As his eyes flickered and the area fell into silence, a woman's graceful voice echoed in the midst of the silence. "Grandma, let him leave." It was said by a woman who was walking forward from a distance. She wore a white robe and moved to stand beside the old woman. The newcomer was incredibly beautiful. Her hair spilled over her shoulders, and as she stood there, she looked like a deep pool of autumn water. She was naturally the sacred lady of Autumn Sea tribe, Wan Chu. Su Ming's gaze swept past her. He did not speak, merely took a few steps backward, then turned into a long arc that charged into the dark sky. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Even after Su Ming disappeared, the old woman's face was still slightly pale. The brief instant the power of the god of berserkers had appeared created for the old woman a memory and impact that would be difficult to wipe out. "I acted too recklessly, Grandma." The beautiful woman was frowning as she spoke. She was also shocked. This, too, was the first time she experienced the strength of the power of the god of berserkers. The old woman remained silent, then shook her head after a long moment. Such strength, that power of the god of berserkers. I underestimated him. Even if you didn't ask me about it, I would have done the same to experience the power of the god of berserkers. Perhaps it would be of help for Sir Zongzi's breakthrough. Did you keep a record of what happened just now? There was a complicated look on the old woman's face as she looked in the direction Su Ming had left. The woman nodded lightly. As she lifted her right hand, an ancient mirror that was about the size of her palm appeared in her hand. There was a layer of fog above the mirror, and when the woman touched it with her left hand, all the fog was instantly absorbed into the mirror. A strong ray of light shot out from the mirror, causing the space around the area to start distorting. Soon after, as it was distorting, an illusionary scene manifested itself and pictures appeared in the air. Within those pictures was the battle where both Su Ming and the old woman had not really attacked each other, just used the power of the world against the other. It was vivid, and even the presence and domineering air contained within the power of the god of berserkers was distinctly preserved. It's a pity that with our relationship with that Su Ming, it'll be difficult for us to get in contact with him in the future, and we will have to suffer the wrath of our shaman lord as well, the white-robed woman said softly. That Su Ming is not a cause to worry. Once he doesn't have the power of the god of berserkers, he's just a nobody. There's no need for us to get acquainted with him. Besides, didn't you use your prediction powers earlier and predicted his future? That person's life is mediocre and there's nothing out of ordinary in his life. He also won't live long. The only thing we have to worry about is the wrath of our shaman lord, but if this thing can be of help to raise Sir Zongzi's level of cultivation, then it's worth it. A glint appeared in the old woman's eyes as she stated slowly. Right up to that moment, she still did not pay too much attention to Su Ming. The only thing she cared about was the power of the god of berserkers that had made her sense death. In her mind, if he did not have the power of the god of berserkers, then he was no different from an ant. But Grandma, when that Su Ming used the power of the god of berserkers just now, my senses fluctuated. That Su Ming might not be as I predicted, but is, the white-robed woman frowned. The old woman was stunned. Before she blocked Su Ming, she had been with Wan Chu and had seen her predicting Su Ming's future. The entire process had been incredibly smooth, and they had also seen all of Su Ming's future very clearly. That person's life was nothing special. The middle stage of the bone sacrifice realm was his limit, and he would die several years later in the calamity of the eastern wastelands. Yet now, when she heard Wan Chu's words that were filled with uncertainty, she could not help but be surprised. There's something very strange about him. When I predicted his future previously, I had been successful. Even now when I predict his future once again, it's still successful. The answer I get is the same. However, when he used the power of the god of berserkers just now, I suddenly felt uneasy under that mighty power of the world. When I used prediction again, I only saw a clouded vision. In fact, before I could even see anything, I already felt a life-threatening sense of danger. The white-robed woman frowned and closed her eyes as if she was trying to sense something. Unless it's a misconception on my part, then there's a strong power that is interfering with any power trying to see into this person's future. That power has covered up his true future, and what is shown to us is a made-up future, it's not real. If that is the case, then this person is someone we should perhaps not offend. Wan Chu opened her eyes, and a hint of fatigue and puzzlement passed briefly through her eyes. It's already over, don't pay it any heed anymore. I don't think that Su Ming is as you say. He's just an ant. The old woman remained silent for a long moment before she spoke slowly. Let's go. Come with me to meet Sir Zongzi. As the old woman spoke, she turned around and left. Wan Chu stood there and looked in the direction Su Ming had left. She was still frowning, but no longer trying to predict anymore. Instead, she left with the old woman. In the area of Sky Mist Barrier, the area that belonged to the berserkers, was a place covered in ice and snow. At the end of the silvery snow that stretched 10,000 li and at a spot that was far away from Phantom Deus tribe was a gigantic tribe that seemed to not have any borders. The size of the tribe was so big and it covered an area so wide that it was a sight that was rarely seen in the land of South Morning. It was one of the two great berserker tribes in the land of South Morning, the great tribe of Freezing Sky. Within the territory of the great tribe of Freezing Sky was an incredibly extravagant-looking tower. At that moment, there was a person sitting cross-legged in the tower. That person was dressed in a long blue robe, his hair was white, and he was thin. He was currently meditating with his eyes closed. After a long while, the old man slowly opened his eyes. The instant he did so, distortions and ripples immediately appeared around his body. His entire being soon became indistinct. Gradually, another person seemed to have appeared on his now indistinct body. It was a person dressed in an emperor's cloak and who wore an emperor's crown. Although the features of his face could not be seen clearly, it could still be seen that this was definitely not an old but a middle-aged man. That person had profound eyes, and his gaze seemed to be able to see through the tower, penetrate through the emptiness in the air, pass through an endless distance to land on the distant land of the shamans, on Autumn Sea Tribe's temporary tribal village, and on Wan Chu, who was in the tribe. The thought soothsayer of the shaman tribe, that strange power actually managed to find some clues even through my interference, but since you didn't probe into it, I will spare you. The man with the emperor's crown mumbled to himself with a dull tone. He lifted his right hand, and there was a paper crane folded out of rice paper in his palm. That crane flew out and charged into the sky through the window. Once it disappeared above the 9 heavens, the man closed his eyes once again. The instant he closed his eyes, the cloudiness and distortions on his body abruptly disappeared, turning into the white-haired old man dressed in the long blue robes once again. He still looked as thin as ever and there was nothing extraordinary about him. There were ripples spreading around the paper crane that had flown out of the great tribe of Freezing Sky into the sky above the 9 heavens. It disappeared in an instant, and when it reappeared, it was already above the distant Sky Mist City. Small-scale battles between the two sides would occasionally happen in the battlefield outside Sky Mist City. As the army of shamans assembled together, warriors from the Berserker tribe would come from all tribes every day to become a new batch of strength that would protect Sky Mist. The gigantic stone monument in the city was incredibly eye-catching. All the names listed in the monument were engraved into everyone's minds, and their names would spread through the land to be respected by the people. There was one name that was now ranked in the 170s. That name was Yu Feng, and he was the sole survivor of a small tribe. No one seemed to have noticed the paper crane in the sky. With a flap of its wings, it disappeared once again. When it reappeared this time, it was already at the edge of the land of South Morning where the Dead Sea was spreading. Waves roared and crashed on the surface of the sea, and there were numerous dark shadows swimming about. The seawater had already flooded the stair-shaped mountain ridge and was expanding, bit by bit, towards the land of the shamans. In the black seabed in the distance, a gigantic head could be seen faintly. That head was staring coldly at the land of South Morning. The paper crane in the sky charged forward once again and disappeared. This time, when it reappeared, it was still above the Dead Sea, but was now incredibly far away from the land of South Morning. The seawater underneath seemed to stretch out endlessly and the water on the surface of the sea was sparkling. Occasionally, an aquatic dragon that was 100,000 feet would leap up from within the sea and rise with a roar. If anyone took a closer look, they would find that there were an endless amount of Dead Sea creatures, and they were all moving forward in the direction to the land of South Morning. There was a gigantic floating object on the seawater. It looked as if it was a corner from a palace that had crumbled. It was floating along the waves of the sea towards the land of South Morning. Behind it was a countless amount of palace debris such as that one. Among the debris was a piece that looked like it was the spot where plaques were attached to in palaces. There were a few large words on that debris. Great Yu Sky Palace. There was an ancient feeling to those words. Besides the endless amount of Dead Sea creatures around the debris, there were 8 other giant heads, with their eyes wide open, floating on the surface of the sea. It was as if there were giants walking on the bed of the sea. With a flash, the paper crane disappeared once again. When it reappeared, it was already in a continent that was far away from the land of South Morning. On that continent were more than 1 million people sitting close to each other near the Dead Sea. All of them sat there, covering an area so wide that no one could see the end of the crowd. Their eyes were all directed to the south, which was the direction of the land of South Morning. "There's still 10 years. The paper crane in the sky shone once again and disappeared. When it reappeared, it was still in the eastern wastelands, but it was already in another place of the continent. That was the eastern part of the eastern wastelands. The entire eastern part of the continent was shrouded in black fog. There was not a hint of life within it. The only things that existed there were shrill screams of pain and wails. Suddenly, a gigantic hand shot out of that black fog and caught that paper crane. Hidden Dragon Sect, Great Leaf Immortal Sect, I, Tien Landau, I'm coming. Chapter 373, The Strange Mountain Range. One crane, and it saw the sky and earth. One crane, and it saw the barren lands of the berserkers. That paper crane might not have a beautiful legend like that belonging to the harmonious Morris Alba flapping her wings, but it contained a power that seemed to allow it to cross through dimensions. It could be said that it was a newborn when it flew out of the great tribe of Freezing Sky, and it lived until it died in eastern wastelands. Its life was short, but during its short span of life, the entire world seemed to have shrunk in its eyes and it could see everything within the lands and sea it traveled through clearly. It was a pity that this clear sight did not belong to Su Ming, did not belong to many people. Only the old man who had allowed the crane to fly into the 9 heavens, or perhaps more accurately, the man with the emperor's robe and the crown could see it, for it belonged to him. Su Ming left Autumn's Sea Tribe. He walked beneath the sky of the shamans. There were no pursuers behind him, no obstacles before him. All he could see up ahead was the vast sky and the desolate land. Ever since he joined the Battle of Sky Mist City, only now could he be truly considered to have shaken off all the restraints placed on him. As he looked at the sky and earth before him, Su Ming suddenly had the feeling that he had returned to the past when he had first opened his eyes in a mountain range beyond Han Mountain City. Back then, he had looked at the unfamiliar sky at a loss. His weak power had caused him to be in a state of confusion for a long period of time. Right now, he was still looking at the unfamiliar sky while walking in the world. The wind moved his hair and revealed the profound eyes underneath. But right now, while he still might be a little confused, he had a direction. Even though his level of cultivation did not allow him to stand at the peak, he was still like two different sides of a ravine compared to him in the past. Before the immortals of the other worlds come once again, I have to make myself stronger. Su Ming brought out the mask from his bosom and placed it on his face. He had no intention of taking it down anymore. This was his way of hiding his identity in the land of the shamans. Unless he could find a better method, then he would continue wearing the mask. With the existence of spirit plunder and his divine sense, as long as he did not run into any powerful end shamans, then even if he met latter shamans, the possibility of them finding out that he was not a shaman was not great. Besides, even if he did run into powerful shamans who could tell that he was not a shaman, Su Ming still had a way to explain his identity. If my face is very alike to the immortals from the other worlds. If that is the case, Su Ming closed his eyes, and when he opened them once again, there was an inquisitive look in his eyes. But I'm curious, why were the two people who called me Destiny so certain that I am Destiny? As Su Ming charged through the land, he ran into some shamans. Most of the time, when they saw him, their outspread perception would touch his divine sense, and then, they would pull it back. Unless they already knew beforehand, most of them would not be suspicious of Su Ming. Han Mountain's ancestor was waiting for Destiny to take him away. That's why I can still reason that he thought I was Destiny when he saw me, seeing that I was the first person he met after waiting for so many years. However, that long-haired woman in the battlefield said that I was Destiny after only seeing me once. That's where it gets strange. The only reason as to why she called me Destiny in such a time can only be that she's seen me before. Su Ming was lost in his thoughts. However, these were just his guesses. He did not have real and conclusive information. He flew for 7 days straight, occasionally observing the map on the wooden slip given to him by Yamu. He knew that he was getting closer to the center of the land of the shamans. However, he was just close to it. If he looked at the entire territory of the land of the shamans, he would find that he was still in a rather remote area. There was an abundance of greenery in this place, but the wind here was also much stronger compared to the area outside. He could also smell blood in the air, because most of the wind came from the Dead Sea, sweeping through the land of the shamans. Su Ming swept his gaze across the land, as he stood in a range of mountains that was formed through a network of mountains. It was something he'd been doing occasionally while traveling. He would observe the area around him carefully to see whether there were any dangers around him. However, this time, the instant he swept his gaze past the mountain range on the land, his body came to an abrupt halt. With a light gasp of surprise, he immediately focused his attention over there, while also spreading out his divine sense so that it covered the entirety of the mountain range. After a moment, Su Ming's eyes sparkled. With his current level of power, while he might not be able to use the power of the world, he still had 4 berserker bones. He, who had arrived at the middle stage of the berserker soul realm, could see just how much power of the world was contained in one place. At first glance, that mountain range looked incredibly normal. Even if anyone took a closer look, they would find that it was still very ordinary looking and there was nothing special about it. Even if they spread their divine sense, even if a shaman filled the entire area with their perception, it would still appear the same to them. It was like a perilous mountain. The power of the world there was also very thin, the stench of blood thick in the air, though it wasn't as strong as years back. That was why most of the shamans who passed through this place, even if they were latter shamans, would not pay too much attention to it. However, in Su Ming's eyes, this place gradually changed. A thick veil seemed to have been lifted from the mountain range before his eyes, and its true form was revealed. The mountain range began in the east and winded to the north before disappearing in the land in the distance. It looked like a small part of a dragon's back that was revealed as it swam through the land. The mountains towered in the air, and there were plenty of strange-looking rocks scattered everywhere. There were also plants growing on them. However, most of the plants looked incredibly strange. They swayed in the wind and gave off a sense of danger. It was as if these plants were aggressive by nature. Su Ming stared at the mountain range and lifted his right hand to slash to his left lightly. He did not activate the power of bone sacrifice within him. It looked as if it was a casual slash, but layers of ripples instantly spread through the air. He narrowed his eyes slightly and reached with his right hand into the ripples, as if he was trying to feel something. The mountain range comes from the east, and goes to the north. The direction where the mountain range moves is the reason it is in the shape of a corner in a square. It looks like a dragon, but in truth, this is a pattern of the 3 evils, naturally formed, but a little incomplete. After a long while, a curious glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He descended and circled the entire mountain range once. It was a crooked mountain range. Separation, beginning, nurture, and also, theft, disaster, and time. The area northeast is the pulse of this place. The area southwest is empty. The empty area to the west is beginning, and the empty area to the south is nurture. Now, it lacks the spot for separation. This should originally be an incomplete pattern. Su Ming observed the mountain range for a long while, and with what he understood about the execution of 3 evils art, he slowly started analyzing the strangeness of this mountain range. However, while the wind coming from the east might not be strong initially, but now, it's clearly stronger due to the catastrophe of the eastern wastelands. There's also a bloody stench in the wind. If I look at this mountain range as a dragon, then it was originally something dead, but if the wind coming from the east can flow out once it blows past the dragon's head, then it will seem like the dragon head is alive and it is breathing. This is separation, and evil of theft is something I've never seen before, the execution of 3 evils. I gained an epiphany previously in Sky Mist City's battlefield that this art can not only be used to cut things down, but can also be used to set things up. By the looks of it, that idea of mine is still a little incomplete. Besides cutting down and setting up patterns, I can also change it. I can change the patterns of the land and turn them into killing intent. What an amazing natural pattern. Not only does it cause the power of the world to gather here, it also created a power of the 3 evils, causing this place to not need too much change to turn into a place to rest the mind and to kill. As Su Ming continued observing the place, his expression gradually changed. The separation pattern was originally absent from the place, which meant that the evil of theft from the 3 evils was not there. Based from what Su Ming understood, most of the places in the world contained all 3 evils. However, the 3 evils were mostly an invisible existence. Nonetheless, in this place, as times changed, it had naturally turned into this pattern, a pattern that could be seen with the naked eye. That was a huge difference. That difference was like comparing something illusionary to something with physical form. Su Ming fell into pensive silence for a moment. He originally didn't have a clear direction he wanted to go to, but now that he saw the attractive points of the mountain range, a glint appeared in his eyes and he made his decision. This isn't a bad place. I can open up a cave abode here and turn it into a place to stay. However, even though this place is rather secluded, there should still be a lot of shamans around me. If that is the case, I should still be careful. With one move, Su Ming flew towards the mountain range. Before long, he was standing at the corner connecting the eastern mountain range to the northern mountain range. That was the spot which looked like that of dragon heads to Su Ming when he was in the sky. The mountain range in that place was very tall. Hence, most of the wind blowing from the east was blocked off. It gathered there and did not scatter away, causing Su Ming to see a thick layer of fog when he looked down from the peak of the mountain. The stench of blood was also very thick there. The mountain rocks around were also wet, and there was even dew oozing out of certain places. Should I touch it, or should I not? Su Ming hesitated for a moment. He just needed to open up the spot underneath his feet, which was the corner of the mountain range, and form a gigantic gap there. Once he did so, then the wind from the east would blow through, and by doing so, it would form the site of the dragon breathing. Once he did that, then the power of the world gathering in this place would increase by several fold. Meditating and training in this place would bring about great benefits to Su Ming when he wanted to refine his power. In fact, it would also be incredibly beneficial for him when he created his medicinal pills. Similarly, if the gap was there and caused the dragon head in this pattern to seem to have been revived, then if he casted the execution of 3 evils here, the power of that art would be much greater than when he casted it in the battlefield. In fact, Su Ming even had a feeling that if he went along with that idea of his, then if he casted the execution of 3 evils in this place, then it would be as if he was one with this place. The power of the art that would appear at that time would be enough to send his heart pounding in excitement. That was only part of the reason. Su Ming had been to quite a lot places, but this was the first time he had seen this sort of pattern in a mountain range. If he could examine this 3 evils that seemed to have gained physical form over a prolonged period of time, explore its secrets, and feel through its structure, then he would gain a much deeper understanding of his execution of 3 evils. The other arts left behind by Dark Mountain aren't suitable for me to use anymore. Only the execution of 3 evils can be used, and besides it, there's only the burning of blood left. Su Ming lifted his head to look at the sky. This mountain range was very tall, and if it was night time, the place would look incredibly clear when moonlight spilled down. However, while there were many benefits if he opened up the gap, there were also a lot of drawbacks. First of all, this place would then turn incredibly conspicuous. Not only would it bring about attention, it might also cause disputes. Chapter 374, Cutting Apart the Mountain and Building His Abode. If he wanted to change something useless into a treasure, then he needed the power to defend it. By the looks of it, no one among the shamans has figured out anything about this place yet. After all, if I hadn't understood the basis behind the execution of 3 evils, I wouldn't have been able to figure out the secret in this place either. I wonder if the immortals who descend to this land can see it. However, the pattern of the place was formed largely due to the bloody wind blowing from the east. If I consider it this way, then this wind only started blowing about a year ago due to the eastern wastelands. It's only been a short time since it happened. Even if there are people who could understand the patterns in this place, they wouldn't have had time to notice this area. If I gave up, it would be a pity. Resolution appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He knew for sure that he would not give up on this place, and since he was certain of it, then what he needed to do next was to think of countermeasures for the possible things that might happen in the future and set up his defenses for his first cave in the land of the shamans. I won't change the main body of the pattern for the 3 evils, but there are some minor details that need to be modified. Su Ming's eyes sparkled, then he charged towards the eastern section of the mountain range. His body would occasionally appear within the mountain range, and green light could also be seen shining there. Clearly, Su Ming was using the sharp blade of his virescent light sword to transform the mountain. A day later, he went to the northern section of the mountain range and did to it what he had previously done to the eastern section. Once he cut off some of the sections of the mountain that did not fit into his requirements, he added some disguises for it, only then did he return to the corner connecting the east and north mountain ranges. Su Ming stood there and fell into a moment of pensive silence before he took a step forward, charging down towards the canyon containing the thick fog and bloody stench as if he had just fallen down a cliff. He was so quick that in the blink of an eye, he had already reached the bottom of the cliff. Most of the plants there were purplish-black and gave off a very aggressive air. Some of the vines even started swaying and shot towards Su Ming as he fell down. Su Ming did not bother with them. Once he avoided those vines and arrived at the bottom of the cliff, green light shone at the center of his brows. The small sword instantly flew out and slashed down towards the mountain range. Su Ming stood by the side and spread out his divine sense, covering the entire area within it. He examined it once again, and was satisfied. Over the past few days, he had searched through the place many times and was certain that he did not miss any spot. Besides him, there was no other person in this place. When Su Ming spread his divine sense to explore the place, the Virescent light sword had already opened up a cave on the wall before him. The crushed stones in the cave were also reduced to ashes. By Su Ming's will, the small Virescent sword opened up 8 stone chambers in the cave, turning the place into a gigantic cave abode that laid within a mountain. Once the cave abode was formed, the wind blowing from the east brought in the bloody stench from the canyon outside and charged into the cave abode. In an instant, the cave abode was filled with that wind, causing the place to look rather foggy, just like how it was outside. Su Ming had expected this phenomenon to happen way beforehand. With a calm expression, he walked into the cave abode and his body disappeared in that fog. When he reappeared, he was at the end of the cave abode. There was a gigantic wall that was about 1,000 feet in height. It was the shell of the mountain that was left behind after he had emptied out the place. The shell was several dozens of feet in breadth. Wind would crash on it and its path forward would be blocked off. Su Ming stood beside the stone wall and lifted his right hand to press on it. With a light burst of power from his berserker bones, a crack instantly spread from his hands. Cracking sounds echoed in the air, and instantly, several cracks that were spreading out went through that stone wall and connected with the outermost layer of the wall. Su Ming took a few steps away from that spot and went to another side, repeating the same action 8 times. Once he did so, there were already several cracks like the first crack on that 1,000 feet stone wall. However, Su Ming had demonstrated skill when he did this. There may be a lot of cracks, but the wall did not show any signs of crumbling. Almost the instant these cracks were formed and opened up a tunnel connecting the cave with the outside world, a gust of wind blew in from the entrance of the cave. The wind did not remain in the cave but seeped into the cracks and charged into the world outside. At that moment, the mountain range that previously blocked off the wind could no longer hold back its movements completely. There were gaps in the mountain now, causing the wind to continuously blow out, and the entire pattern in the mountain range instantly became alive. As wind continuously blew past Su Ming's side and out through the cracks on the stone wall, Su Ming could clearly sense the power of the world from all around the place slowly gathering towards the mountain range. It was as if the dragon's head had awakened and was starting to breathe lightly. If a person exercised this, then the power of the world would drift towards them, and their power would start circulating in their bodies. Similarly, the breathing formed through this pattern was akin to that of a dragon breathing, like that of a mountain breathing. The entire mountain range trembled lightly, and the power of the world started circulating while traveling in an inconspicuous manner. The plants that lived in the mountain started shivering, as if they were opening all parts of their bodies to absorb the power of the world that was coming towards them from all directions. At the same time, Su Ming also sensed clearly that as the mountain started breathing and the dragon's head started exercising its breathing, the berserker bones in his body also started acting on their own. As blue light shone, the power of the world continuously seeped into his body and fused together with the 4 berserker bones. Besides the few who could initially borrow the power of the deity statue to condense their aura of awakening to turn their bones, all the others in the bone sacrifice realm would need to use the power of the world to increase their berserker bones during the rest of their cultivation. The power of the world was invisible. Those in the bone sacrifice realm could not utilize it directly, just absorb it when they exercised their breathing. Once they fused the power of the world into their blood vessels, it would turn into a power that circulated through the entire body. That was the power of berserker bones. Once a certain amount of that power was accumulated, it would gain physical mass and change one of the vertebrae in the spine, gradually transforming it into a berserker bone. Joy appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Once he sucked in a large breath of the power of the world around him that came once the mountain started exercising its breathing, he walked briskly out of his cave abode. With one leap, he rose in midair and looked down. Right then, all the plants in the mountain range were swaying. The power of the world from all around surged forward, causing the place to turn into a whirlpool. The whirlpool might have started off small, but as the power of the world surged forth, it grew increasingly bigger. Thank goodness I didn't open up the entire thing, or else once that dragon's head starts breathing smoothly, the presence in this place would be much stronger, at least by tenfold. And when that time came, perhaps, Su Ming hesitated for a moment and shook his head, dismissing the thought that suddenly appeared in his head. He thought that idea was a little surreal. That idea formed while he was looking down from midair. The mountain range's shape and its breathing made it seem like a dragon's head breathing. If the mountain was completely opened up, then as the wind continued blowing all year long and charging towards this place, as the mountain continued absorbing the power of the world as it exercised its breathing, then the mountain range might move. The mountain is connected to the earth, how could it move? That idea is just too surreal. Su Ming might be dissing that idea to himself, but he still could not help but start mulling over it. This mountain range is like a dragon's head. Once I open it up completely, it'll seem like it's breathing. Then, if it truly starts moving because of the wind blowing against it, then wouldn't it be as if the three evils pattern had just come to life? If there is a dragon like this moving on the ground, if I can do that, then perhaps, many years in the future, this mountain range will possess a spirit. Su Ming scratched his head and cast a few more glances at the mountain range. He saw that the whirlpool in the mountain range had become much bigger, but he was not surprised, as if he had long since expected this. With one move, he appeared beyond the mountain range and found the spot on the outer layer of the mountain connecting to the cracks he had made from within. He stared at it for a long while, then started hiding it away. Once he was certain that no one would be able to find wrong unless they were looking closely, he returned to midair. I just opened up a small part of the mountain, and the whirlpool appeared because the mountain had started breathing. It'll disappear completely in a few days. At that time, while the mountain's appearance will look the same, but what is within would have gone through a tremendous change. Then I can start carving runes on it. If only Hu Zi was here. He'd definitely be able to create a rune specially for this place. Right now, I can only arrange the place with the runes he gave me. Once I disguise them a little, this place will turn into my very first cave abode in the land of the shamans. Satisfaction appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He descended and sat down cross-legged on the mountain. Spirit plunder was brought out and floated above his head. He wore a mask and was dressed entirely in black. As he meditated, his entire being started giving off a presence that belonged to the soul catchers. After a brief moment of thought, Su Ming touched his storage bag with his right hand. Immediately, red light flashed and the fire ape flew out. With the rod in hand, it looked around, and once it did so, surprised delight instantly appeared on its face. It started gesturing and baring its teeth at Su Ming. Su Ming smiled, and his gaze fell on the mountain range. Gradually, a chilling light appeared in his eyes. This place might not be fully opened up, but if someone dares provoke me, then I'll draw them here and cast execution of three evils using the pattern of this place. I can also control the might of that art. In fact, if I run into powerful enemies, I can just fully open the dragon's head here to activate the full force of the power of the world. When that time comes, this place will be an execution ground. In the blink of an eye, 3 days went by. During those 3 days, there were several shamans who were attracted by the whirlpool on the land when they flew past. When they wanted to get closer to investigate it, Su Ming would let out a cold harumph, and they would discover his presence. I am practicing a secret spell here. All trespassers will be killed without question. Even if Su Ming was wearing a mask, his entire body radiated with the presence of a soul catcher. His profound eyes also made goosebumps instantly appear on these people's skins. They were just fledgling shamans, and with just one glance, they could tell that Su Ming was a medial shaman, and a medial soul catcher to boot, who happened to be the group of people that were incredibly difficult to deal with once they were medial shamans. The shamans could not help but respectfully wrap their fists in their palms in the distance. The shamans might all be members of the same race, but the methods they used when they attacked each other were similarly sinister, especially for soul catchers. Their reputation as killers in the land of the shamans rang far and wide. This sort of people who were skilled in turning the living to the dead and vice versa, and also turning the living into living dead puppets, were an existence that instilled fear among all their enemies. Besides, rumors had it that soul catchers were skilled in a spell called curse. They would only need a strand of their enemy's hair or their fingernail, and they would be able to cast that spell to kill their enemy without being seen. Because of that, soul catchers naturally became a mysterious existence that most people would not dare provoke easily. We are members of White Bull Tribe, which is located nearby. We didn't know that you were training here, Senior. That is why we came here so carelessly. Please don't be angry, we'll leave immediately. The leader of the team of people was a middle-aged man. He seemed to only be a fledgling shaman, and the moment he discovered the presence of a soul catcher around Su Ming's body, he instantly became nervous and quickly bowed to him respectfully. His tribe was just a small tribe. If it was just a normal medial shaman, things might be still decent, but if they ran into medial spirit mediums or medial soul catchers, then they definitely had to be respectful. Once the man finished speaking, he quickly rounded up his fellow tribe members and left the place hastily. Only when they had flown far away and saw that the soul catcher was not going to take action against them, they let out a huge sigh of relief. Chapter 375, right before his doorstep. To the north of Su Ming's cave abode in the mountain range was the group of people led by the middle-aged man. They were hastily leaving the place via the sky, afraid of making that medial soul catcher unhappy if they were slow. When they were about 100,000 feet away, they started slowing down, and they would occasionally turn their heads back to look. The mountain had already become indistinct when they were that far away from it. If they did not possess a certain level of power, they would only see that the mountain was in the distance. Sir Wu Zhu, what should we do now? The tribe members beside the middle-aged man asked somewhat anxiously. That's right, Sir Wu Zhu, half a month ago, that place was still normal, but why did a medial soul catcher suddenly appear? Could it that he's a powerful shaman Black Crane tribe invited over and wants to forcefully occupy that place? Enough already, all of you, quiet. The middle-aged man frowned, his face filling with resignation. He cast a glance at the people beside him, then at the mountain range where Su Ming was in the distance, then sighed. Perhaps that person is just temporarily training over there and will leave before long. After all, it is a barren land and there is nothing there that will attract a medial soul catcher to stay there for long. Let's go. I'll report to the Patriarch when we return to the tribe and have the Patriarch make the decision. As the middle-aged man spoke and shook his head, they quickly left the place. He must be someone Black Crane tribe invited over. That mountain range is very important to both of our tribes. Ha! A tribe member behind the middle-aged man mumbled, then stopped speaking. As the crowd left, the area gradually returned to its previous state of silence. Su Ming, who had been sitting at the top of the mountain and had been observing the whirlpool continuously disappear, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was profound and there was a dark light in his eyes when he looked in the direction the members of White Bull Tribe had left. The nearby White Bull Tribe. Su Ming averted his gaze and looked at the mountain range. If he did not spread out his divine sense in a circular shape but instead gathered it together into one line, he could elongate it to 100,000 feet with his current power, and he had heard every single word exchanged between the members of White Bull Tribe. Looks like there are actually people who value this mountain range, but before I changed it, this place was indeed barren and there was really nothing special about it. Then why would that White Bull Tribe and that Black Crane tribe have a dispute over it? Su Ming was rather surprised by it. He was certain that he had carefully searched through the entire place several times before he had decided to open up his cave abode here, and only when he discovered that there were no signs pointing to anyone's presence that he made his decision. Yet by the looks of it now, it seemed like there were still some secrets in this place that he did not manage to find. Su Ming thought about it for a moment before he stood up and looked at the whirlpool formed by the power of the world. It was half the size it was previously, and judging by the looks of it, it would take around 2 days before it disappeared completely. At that time, this place would return to normal. Unless anyone entered the mountain range, then it would be difficult for them to find that the place had been modified to become an excellent spot for training. As for that whirlpool, those members from White Bull tribe would have been unable to see it due to the limits of their power. However, due to the accumulation of the power of the world in this place, the feeling it gave to those people had become different, though they were unable to discern the cause for it. Su Ming investigated the mountain range once again. As he walked through the range, he spread out his divine sense, but he still could not find anything. Strange. He frowned. After a moment of thought, a glint appeared in his eyes, and the memory of the direction those members of White Bull tribe came from and left appeared in his head. This time, he did not check inside the mountain range, but charged outwards. He increased his search zone and placed his focus on the area 10,000 feet away from the mountain range. Even if it was flat ground, Su Ming still searched through it carefully. After several hours, he stood on an uneven plain located some 7,000 feet north to the mountain range. He stared at the ground with sparkling eyes. Not too far away from him was a dugout hole. That hole was covered by grass and could not be easily discovered, and it was also located beyond the mountain range. Su Ming had focused his searches mostly within the mountain range previously and had not noticed this place. Even stranger still was that even when Su Ming was standing there and had spread out his divine sense to examine the place, he still did not discover anything off. However, once he sent his divine sense into the hole, he let out a faint gasp of surprise. About 100 feet into the hole, Su Ming's divine sense was bounced back by a domineering force. It was as if there was a seal placed within that stopped his divine sense from stretching down further. Could it be that White Bull tribe and Black Crane tribe are fighting over this? Su Ming cast a look at the hole on the ground, then walked towards it. He bent his back and walked into the hole. The hole was not big, but it could still fit in one person. Once Su Ming entered the hole, he did not feel any sort of discomfort on his person. However, once he had moved about 100 feet into the hole, his footsteps came to an abrupt halt. It was the spot where his divine sense was sent coiling back. His eyes sparkled, because he had just seen that there were 2 items placed on the ground before him. One of them was a black stone bowl, filled with fresh water. It was the first item. The second item was placed beside the bowl. It was a black feather stuck in the ground. It was these 2 items that had created that force that blocked off Su Ming's divine sense from spreading in. Su Ming stood by the side and looked at them for a long moment with his head dipped down, but he could not find what was so special about these 2 items. That feather was just a normal bird's feather, and it was not naturally black either. Some areas on the feather showed that it was originally white. By the looks of it, it was just a white feather that was smeared with burnt charcoal so that its color turned black. The stone bowl was also just an ordinary bowl. The water within was the same. Su Ming narrowed his eyes and spread out his divine sense swiftly towards the feather. The instant his divine sense touched it, he immediately had a feeling as if the feather no longer existed. In fact, when that feeling appeared, it was as if the cave also disappeared and Su Ming was buried underground. No wonder I couldn't detect anything when I was in my cave abode. This feather has concealing powers. It's just an ordinary object, but it possesses such power. Su Ming covered the feather with his divine sense, and after numerous investigations, his expression suddenly changed. Because he sensed a faint and weak divine sense contained within the feather. This was not perception but divine sense. It was the exact same thing as the divine sense he had within his body. This was the second time Su Ming found an item that contained the same divine sense he possessed in the land of the shamans. No, it should be said that this was the second time he found such a thing in the entire land of South Morning. The first time was when he was in the auction held in the land of Freezing Sky. The divine sense gathered on that feather was very faint and weak. However, it was this divine sense that allowed this ordinary feather to contain the power of disguise. That divine sense had also noticed Su Ming's presence, and was struggling as if it wanted to fight back against the intrusion of his divine sense. However, compared to Su Ming, who was using the complete power of his divine sense. The divine sense on that feather was rather weak. The instant both divine senses clashed, that faint hint of divine sense instantly vanished, and even the feather turned into ashes that scattered on the ground. Su Ming was momentarily stunned. This was the first time he came into contact with another item that possessed divine sense with his own divine sense. After a moment of pensive silence, he spread out his divine sense once again. However, this time, under his control, only a small part of his divine sense spread out. The instant it touched the stone bowl, he instantly felt a domineering force coming from it, clashing against him. All of this happened without a single sound, but Su Ming felt as if his head was buzzing. His divine sense was bounced back, but that feeling quickly disappeared. He let out a cold snort, then increased the strength of his divine sense before he pressed down on that stone bowl. As if it could not endure that force, the stone bowl cracked. What little power of divine sense was contained within the bowl also disappeared. The bowl cracked and split into two halves. The fresh water contained within spilled out and seeped into the earth. Su Ming frowned. He had no idea just what those two items were, but was certain that they belonged to White Bull tribe or Black Crane tribe. They might even be owned separately by both tribes. Without the stone bowl and the black feather around, Su Ming closed his eyes and stood there. He did not move, but with no further obstructions in its way, his divine sense charged into the inner parts of the whole. After a moment, his eyes flew open, and a glint of surprise flashed past his eyes. So that's how it is. At the end at the hole, which was about several thousands of feet underneath where he stood, his divine sense saw a karst cave. That karst cave was not big, but on its walls were not a small amount of glittering objects. There were also a lot of signs pointing that there had been mining activities around the area. With just one glance, Su Ming could tell that those glittering objects were shaman crystals. This was a ley line that was rich with shaman crystals. When Su Ming filled the entire area with his divine sense, he saw that the entire shaman crystal vein was actually not big, and a small part of the crystals had already been mined, though there were still nearly 100,000 remaining in the vein. Perhaps that amount was nothing to slightly bigger tribes, but for smaller shaman tribes, this was a great fortune. However, it was clear that the ownership of the place had caused disputes. White Bull tribe and Black Crane tribe were in conflict precisely because they were trying to fight for this place. However, based on Su Ming's observations, it was clear that mining activities had been going on for several years in this place, and the two tribes were still fighting over this even now. It was not difficult to guess that they had already come up with a solution to this trouble. Although it was not the best possible solution, they could still avoid going to war. However, all of this changed with Su Ming's sudden appearance. An odd expression appeared on Su Ming's face. He did not expect that there would be a small treasure trove right before the doorstep of the place he wanted to treat as his cave abode. Once he thought about the great range of troubles that would come in the future when it was clear that White Bull tribe and Black Crane tribe would not give up on this place, he felt a headache growing. Oh well, since this shaman crystal vein is right before my doorstep, then it means that it's fated with me. If that's the case, I can't just give it away. Su Ming placed his hands behind his back and walked out of the hole. Before he left, he placed a wisp of divine sense in the place. Chapter 376. What's that voice? 3 days passed by quickly. Once those 3 days were gone, the whirlpool in the mountain range that created the pattern of 3 evils disappeared. It looked normal, and was still an evil mountain in a barren land. Su Ming had returned to the cave abode he made, then used a mountain rock to serve as his door, while also using the power of runes to increase the safety. Once he did so, he began making preparations to stay here for long periods of time. Su Ming waved his right hand within one of the stone chambers, and instantly, the old berserker's body appeared in the center of it. The old man was still immobile. He laid there with his eyes closed, but his mind was awake. His hate towards Su Ming had already reached a monstrous level, and if the slightest chance arose for him, he would cut Su Ming into 1,000 pieces. However, Su Ming would not give him the chance. Once he brought out the old man's body and placed it in the stone chamber, he took a few steps forward and swept his gaze across the body. Then, he suddenly lifted his right hand and tapped his finger on the old man's knees in succession. Loud cracking sounds reverberated in the air and the old man's kneecaps instantly shattered. Su Ming did not stop. He tapped on all the joints on the old man's arms, and only when all the joints in the old man's body were turned into dust did he stop. The old man might not be able to move, but he still felt an intense pain traveling through his entire body. It made him open his eyes and glare at Su Ming. If his power was not frozen up, then at the very least, he would use his gaze and deliver a shocking blow that was fatal to Su Ming. "This is the price of you coming after my life." Su Ming's expression was cold. As he lifted his right hand, green light shone at the center of his brows. The small sword appeared in his hand, and he cut open a gash on the old man's arm. Blood poured out immediately, but Su Ming did not stop there. He continued making similar gashes on all the old man's limbs. "If this is truly just your clone, then I will wait for your real self to come here." A cold sneer appeared on his lips. Once he let go of the small sword, he brought out some herbs from his storage bag and placed them into the old man's limbs. After some time, he brought out few more shrubs and planted them in the man's shattered joints. Those herbs were all needed to create spirit plunder, and they would not serve to heal any form of injury. Once they came into contact with blood, their roots would immediately stretch out and crawl into the old man's flesh to absorb his life force and blood to grow. Su Ming had done this plenty of times, and no one had been able to withstand this sort of pain before. However, while the old man was trembling, his gaze did not change. He continued glaring at Su Ming, as if he wanted to engrave the image in his mind. That venomous glare and expression that said that he was completely unbothered by the pain was a first to Su Ming. As expected of a berserker in the berserker soul realm who went through the life-threatening crisis of bone sacrifice. This mental state of yours is indeed admirable. If your reason wasn't controlled by your greed and you had the confidence to kill me with one blow, you wouldn't have chased after me. Su Ming spoke calmly as he continued planting the herbs. "It's a pity." Su Ming shook his head and patted his storage bag with his right hand. 2 spirit plunders immediately flew out and floated above the old man's forehead, causing the old man's eyes to move towards them, as if they were being absorbed by them. Su Ming fell silent for a moment, and still felt somewhat uneasy about it. He brought out another spirit plunder, causing all 3 of them to float above the old man's body. Only then were his worries soothed. "You're powerful. If I didn't have the power of the god of berserkers, I would have died much earlier in your hands." Su Ming grabbed at the air with his right hand, and the small virescent sword flew out once again. Once he held it in his hand, he stabbed the sword into the bloody mess in the old man's right arm. With a light tug, the old man's body jerked forward viciously, and his entire right arm fell limp. The tendon in his right arm had just been torn off, and Su Ming did the same to the tendons in the old man's left arm and his legs. Once he did that, he opened up a few more gashes right on a few spots where his arteries and veins were, causing a large amount of blood to instantly flow out and spill on the stone chamber's floor. "But your tendons in your arms and legs have already been torn off. All your blood is flowing out of your body, as well as being absorbed by those herbs, and your soul is also being absorbed by my spirit plunders. Even if your power recovers, let's see just how much of it you can use." Su Ming stood there and spoke coldly. The old man heard his words, but his gaze was still venomous and did not change even the slightest bit. Su Ming walked out of the stone chamber and instructed the fire ape, who had been watching the entire procedure by his side. "Xiao Hong, tear off his tendons and let his blood flow out of his body once a day." With an excited look on its face, the fire ape bared its teeth and nodded. Its eyes shone and it stared at the old man with animosity. Turning that person into a spirit plunder is a bit of a waste. Soul catchers are skilled in using the undying spell. That spell is somewhat similar to the creation of a spirit plunder. Perhaps I can experiment to see whether I can turn that person into a puppet like that. Su Ming remembered how that young soul catcher still remained alive even after losing his head. Immersed in his thoughts, Su Ming arrived at another stone chamber. He placed his right hand on his storage bag. Immediately, yellow light shone brilliantly, and a gigantic cauldron appeared in the stone chamber. The cauldron was so big that it occupied half of the room. Su Ming had specially made this place to be bigger than the other stone chambers just to store the cauldron in it. Once the medicinal cauldron was placed inside, an ancient feeling instantly filled the entire place. As Su Ming looked at the cauldron, his breathing quickened slightly. He knew that there was a medicinal pill being refined inside it, and he had his guesses and desires towards exactly what type was held within, along with what sort of value it possessed. This might be a very rare medicinal pill that contains the essence of time within it. A refinement that lasts thousands of years. I wonder just what that medicinal pill would look like. As Su Ming mumbled, he placed both of his hands on the cauldron and spread his divine sense outward. Immediately, that cauldron lurched forward and distortions appeared around it, as if it was burning with invisible flames. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. He brought out his small sword and let it circle around the cauldron once, while occasionally stabbing into the stone walls, causing the power of the world outside to enter through. Immediately, a large portion of the dense power of the world in the cave abode was lured in and surrounded the medicinal cauldron. It was then absorbed to nourish the medicinal pill within. Su Ming had obtained this medicinal cauldron for quite some time now, but he simply did not have a quiet time where he could continue refining the pill inside it. Now that he had decided to stay in this cave abode for a long period of time, he brought this cauldron out to begin refining what's inside. He had great hopes for the medicinal pill, and it was precisely because it was an unknown pill that this hope became stronger as he continued refining it. Su Ming stared at the medicinal cauldron for a long while, then exited the stone chamber to sit down at the central hall of his cave abode. It was quiet all around him. He lifted his head and looked at the numerous small holes on the ceiling. Moonlight was shining through them. This was not the first time Su Ming had created this layout. Now, as he lifted his head to look at the moon in the sky through the holes, he fell into an absent-minded state. Because when he was in the cave in Dark Mountain, he had also lifted his head like this to look at the moon. He had Xiao Hong keeping him company back then, just like what the fire ape was doing now by leaning against the wall not too far away while scratching its fur. Su Ming stared at the moon and mumbled to himself after a long while, "Dark Mountain, I'll definitely come back." The him now was different from when he initially arrived in the land of South Morning. The bewilderment of being in an unfamiliar land could no longer be found in him. He seemed to have gotten used to being alone and the loneliness when he sat down in his cave abode to meditate and train on this sort of nights. Su Ming lowered his head and closed his eyes. When he opened them a moment later, serenity could be found in them. When his emotions had also calmed down, bell chimes suddenly echoed within his body. A layer of light surrounded him and spread out swiftly. From the distance, it looked as if there was a bell-shaped cover manifesting in the form of an illusion on Su Ming. It was originally just an illusion, but it slowly gained physical form. After the time taken for the burning of half an incense stick, Su Ming lifted his right hand and made a seal. When he pushed his hand forward, the bell-shaped cover surrounding his body floated forward slowly and went through him. Once it stopped in front of him, that cover turned into Han Mountain Bell. Dark light flickered within it, and immediately, that strange rod snake flew out of the bell. It circled round the cave abode, and almost the instant it appeared, the fire ape lifted its head and bared its teeth, growling at it with a wary look on its face, as if it was showing its might. The rod snake that had turned into a black lion took a turn and charged towards the fire ape, causing the fire ape to grab its rod and wave it around quickly while jumping about, all the while roaring incessantly. Su Ming's brand was on the rod snake's body. That was why he knew that it was just playing around and would not hurt the fire ape. Besides, the fire ape's body was slowly recovering, and its speed and power were now equivalent to the berserkers in the middle stage of the bone sacrifice realm. When Su Ming saw that neither of the two creatures would get injured, he left them alone and stared at Han Mountain Bell. This bell was a priceless treasure, but it was a pity that Su Ming could not utilize its full strength and had only taken over 4 of the 9 heads. Besides defense, he could only really use the bell chimes to shock and trap his enemies. Now, Su Ming's level of cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. He was prepared to refine Han Mountain Bell once again, to see whether he could bring out even more of this priceless treasure's might. With a glint in his eyes, Su Ming lifted his right hand to form a few seals, then pointed at Han Mountain Bell. 9-headed dragon, Southern Emperor, absolute. The instant Su Ming spoke and made those hand seals, buzzing sounds immediately appeared from Han Mountain Bell. Bell chimes reverberated within the stone chamber and shot out to echo in all directions of the mountain range. At that moment, there were 7 long arcs charging forward from the north outside Su Ming's cave abode in the mountain range. Right in front of those long arcs was an old man. He had the face of a monkey and wore a big red robe. His expression was dark and his speed quick. There was also a murderous air surrounding him. By the looks of it, he was also a medial shaman, and a medial shaman who had reached the peak of that realm to boot. As for the 6 people behind him, 2 of them were medial shamans, and the other were all fledgling shamans who had reached the peak of their realms. As the 7 of them charged forth, the old man leading the team saw the place where Su Ming was residing. With a cold snort, he closed in on it. Just as he was about to descend from midair, he suddenly heard bell chimes coming from within the mountain range. Those bell chimes were drawn out and appeared slow, but when they fell in the old man's ears, it made his heart and soul tremble, forcing him to stagger a few steps back. He widened his eyes and looked at the mountain range beneath him before he sucked in a deep breath. Damn it, the heck's that voice? Before the old man could even speak, one of the men behind him cried out. Chapter 377, This Mountain. The heck's that voice? The monkey-faced old man glared at the man and lifted his hand to slap the man's head. What do you think that voice is? The heck's that voice? Shut your trap. The old man slapped him again, causing the man to quickly retract his head, but he did not dare move away. The old man let out a cold snort and no longer bothered himself with the man. With a dark face, he charged towards the mountain range where Su Ming's cave abode was. The 6 people behind him followed suit. The 7 of them turned into 7 long arcs and charged towards the ground. Yet, just when they flew out and before they even got closer to the mountain range, suddenly, bell chimes reverberated in the sky. The bell chimes hummed in the air, causing a visible layer of ripples to appear and start spreading in all directions. The bell chime and the ripples immediately caused the old man's mind to start trembling once again, and his expression to change. As for the 6 people behind him, their bodies started swaying and shock appeared on their faces. This is the soul catcher's voice. Patriarch, I think we should leave. That's a medial soul catcher. One of the people behind the old man quickly spoke up to try to persuade the old man, as the bell chimes tolled in the air. That person's face was pale. He was only a fledgling shaman, and the bell chimes seemed to have stirred up a large amount of humming sounds within his body, causing him to almost be unable to stand properly. Bullshit! The monkey-faced old man glared at him and lifted his hand to slap the head of the person who spoke. Your old man's gonna tell you what that voice is. That's the soul catcher's voice, all right, but use your head a bit. Why the heck did we come here for? He only has that voice, and he used it 'cause he's scared. Get it? He's scared, that's why he used that voice. Do you know how it came to be? That's the sound of someone striking mountain rock. That's all there is to it. And that sound already scared y'all off your pants. The monkey-faced old man said with a cold harumph. Patriarch, you're really smart and knowledgeable. So that's the sound of someone striking mountain rock, huh? The 6 people quickly nodded their heads, and their gazes were filled with respect as they looked at the old man. It would have been better if he stayed quiet. But now that he used his voice, I know that this boy soul catcher, who came out of nowhere, is scared. No one knew exactly how that monkey-faced old man came to that conclusion. He lifted his right hand and slapped each of the 6 people's heads. Ow, Patriarch! The man who had been the earliest to speak among the 6 retracted his head once again and whined. You lot wait here, watch as I chase the boy soul catcher away. How dare he take over what belongs to our tribe? The monkey-faced old man narrowed his eyes and no longer bothered himself with his 6 fellow tribesmen. Instead, he turned around and charged towards the mountain range where Su Ming was. Yet the instant he came to be at a distance 1,000 feet away from the mountain range, suddenly, the bell chimes shot into the air with an even more powerful sound. Booming sounds reverberated and spread through the area, stirring up an even higher amount of ripples, even causing a huge gust of wind that lifted up the old man's hair. The monkey-faced old man sucked in a sharp breath. He might have told his tribesmen about the voice as if he knew what it was, but in truth, he too, had absolutely no idea what it was. Just by listening to it, it already made fear stir in his heart. But he was the patriarch of White Bull tribe, he could not show fear before his tribesmen. He gritted his teeth, then as he grumbled in his heart, he rushed out once again. The 6 tribesmen behind him could not help but retreat. As they watched their patriarch moving forward and listened to the increasingly stronger humming sounds, they looked at each other. The patriarch is serious smart. How the heck did he know that the guy's scared? How else could he be the patriarch and you ain't the patriarch? The patriarch's right. Look, the closer he got, the stronger the voice is. He's clear scared. Why'd I think it ain't like that? That's right, he's clear scared. As the 6 people continued talking, mumbling, and discussing among themselves, the monkey-faced old man had already arrived at a distance 500 feet away from the mountain range. When he saw that he was about to step on the mountain, he sucked in a huge breath and let out a huge roar. This mountains. Yet before he could finish speaking, he widened his eyes and his voice died off. A presence that made his skin crawl shot out abruptly from the mountain range. As that presence spread out, a gigantic illusion of 1,000 feet abruptly appeared before the old man. That illusion was in the shape of a bell, and once it appeared, a mighty pressure that shook the sky and earth rose up, and it was so great that it even changed the weather. The pressure crashed into the monkey-faced old man, who was also shaken by the gigantic bell that suddenly appeared, and because of that, without a single word, he quickly fell back. As he was retreating, a clear bell chime came from within that gigantic illusionary bell. That sound was a lot clearer than before, and when that chime fell into the tribesmen's ears, it made their ears ring. The monkey-faced old man quickly retreated and returned to his tribe member's side. "Damn it, the heck's that?" the man behind him cried out in surprise again. "That sound ain't from striking mountain rocks. The heck's that thing?" The people standing behind the old man sucked in a sharp breath. Heckatee heck, is that the only word y'all know?" The old man seemed to have flown into rage due to his embarrassment. He turned his head around and glared at those people, then lifted his hand and slapped their faces again. "Your old man will tell you the heck that thing is. It's a big bowl." Right when the old man finished speaking, another bell chime shot through the air once again, and right before their eyes, the illusionary bell in the sky above the mountain range instantly materialized, revealing its complete form. Its entire body was colored greenish-black and it exuded an ancient presence. As it floated in midair, that presence turned into a mighty pressure that caused the old man and the people behind him to descend to the ground, unable to bear the pressure. "Patriarch, that ain't a bowl. Patriarch, that really ain't a bowl, the heck's the thing?" The tribe members' faces were all stark pale and they were all shivering. Under the pressure, even their powers had frozen up, and as they shivered, vacant looks appeared on their faces. "HMPH, let your old man tell y'all. That's a bowl. The boy's soul catcher is scared, that's why he got that bowl out to scare us. You, get over there. Lure that boy's soul catcher out for me." The monkey-faced old man was nervous, but he gritted his teeth and ordered his men as he pointed at 2 standing by his side. When he saw the both of them not having the courage to go, he glared at them. Amidst their fear, the 2 tribe members gritted their teeth and charged out, wanting to get closer to the mountain range. Yet when they had just moved about 100 feet forward, a shocking roar suddenly came from that Han mountain bell in the sky. That roar brought an even greater shock to the hearts and souls compared to the bell chimes, causing the 2 men to cough out a mouthful of blood, and they instantly fell to the side. When they turned their heads back to look, they saw their 4 tribesmen standing behind their patriarch also coughing out blood and falling to the ground. Only the monkey-faced old man remained standing, but his body was shaking. "Don't think I don't know y'all are playing dead. Just you wait. When I teach that boy's soul catcher a lesson, I'll spank y'all when we get back." The old man stomped, then as he spread his arms wide open, he bit his tongue. Once he coughed out a mouthful of blood, he instantly gained a mighty presence. A huge layer of illusionary white fog also appeared behind him. As that fog tumbled about, the contour of a bull was formed. The old man lifted his right hand, and with one flip, a gigantic bowl appeared mysteriously in his hand. That bowl was filled with fresh water, and with the bowl in hand, the old man took a step forward while groaning in his heart. He was the patriarch of White Bull Tribe, a small tribe. Ever since he heard his tribesmen sending news that a soul catcher had appeared around the place a few days ago, he had been indecisive. He waited for a few days. When the people he sent to investigate the place came back telling him that the place had returned to normal and that the medial soul catcher was no longer around, he decided to bring his tribe members to the place and put up a show. He did not expect, however, that he would run into a voice that would shake his mind and soul when he just arrived. He could still withstand the first few bell chimes and babble nonsense about the sound's origins, but when the gigantic bell materialized, his heart had already been conquered by fear. However, leaving just like that was not something he as a patriarch could do. With gritted teeth, he made up his mind to launch a desperate attack. No matter what, he had to rush over and fight against that medial soul catcher. Besides, in his mind, he believed that even if he was not a soul catcher, he had still reached the pinnacle of being a medial shaman. There was no guarantee who would win in the fight. As he rushed out, a serious look appeared on his face. Ripples and waves appeared on the fresh water in the stone bowl and turned into vapor around his body, causing him to be able to resist the bell chimes echoing in the air. Just as he was moving forward, the two men who fell to the ground immediately opened their eyes and quickly crawled on the ground to return to their tribesmen, who had also fallen to the ground after coughing up blood. Almost the moment these two people returned, their other 4 tribesmen also opened their eyes and looked at each other. Then, as if they could read each other's minds, all of them moved back quickly without a word. Only the old man continued charging forward. Once he got closer to the mountain range, he already had no time to deal with his 6 tribesmen behind him. He stomped on the ground with his right foot and shot up swiftly from the ground to fly into the sky. At the same time he bellowed loudly once again. "This mountains!" Almost the moment he started speaking the second time, suddenly, wind stirred and clouds surged forth beyond that gigantic Han mountain bell in the sky. A large layer of fog appeared, and the shadow of a great ferocious beast that could not be described with words formed inside that fog. That ferocious beast looked as if it was made by 9 aquatic beasts fused together, and it towered above everything. As those 9 heads spread out, they looked as if they had occupied the sky. It was also because of this creature's appearance that the old man's words died away abruptly the second time. His eyes went wide, and shock along with terror could be seen within them. He quickly retreated, and goosebumps rose all over his body. A murderous aura descended upon him with a loud bang. 5 of the 9 heads had their eyes closed as if they were sleeping. However, the 4 remaining heads had their eyes opened, and there was a freezing glare within them. Su Ming's body could be seen inside the 4 pairs of pupils. "What is this mountain?" Su Ming's voice came out with a mighty boom from the mouths of the 4 heads he had occupied. "This mountain's yours." The monkey-faced old man suddenly gained some sense in his head and no longer dared to continue retreating. He quickly smiled obsequiously. Chapter 378. 9-Headed Dragon, Southern Emperor, Absolute Genocide. The old man's speech was a little weird. When Su Ming heard it, he frowned. "Speak properly." "Huh, what? This mountain is yours." The old man was momentarily stunned, then quickly slowed down his speech and repeated his words. "Who are you?" The 4 heads of the gigantic creature in the sky cast the old man beneath a glance at the same time as they asked with a booming voice. "Sir Soul Catcher, this old man's the patriarch of White Bull tribe, name's Bai Zhe. This all's a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. I didn't come here for the mountain. I just heard from my tribesmen that you came here, so I was a little excited and fired up. That's why I brought my tribesmen here to greet you. I even prepared a gift for you. Please accept it. We still have something to do in our tribe, please excuse us." The monkey-faced old man quickly fumbled about in his bosom and brought out a shaman crystal that was even smaller than his fingernail. His heart clenched in pain at the thought of parting with it, but he had to give it up. He placed the crystal on the ground respectfully. Any of the shaman crystals Su Ming could bring out were easily bigger than that small shaman crystal, but that old man's respectful but also pained expression as he looked at the crystal made it seem as if it was as big as a fist. "Since you're here, you don't have to leave in a hurry. I'm currently training here and it is inconvenient for me to receive you. Just wait here for a while." Su Ming frowned. Once he finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to that man. The old shaman had extraordinary power. Even if he had yet to attain great completion as a medial shaman, but he had already arrived at the peak. However, Su Ming was not bothered by it. With the fire ape and the strange snake protecting him, the old man would not be able to do anything against him. Besides, Su Ming also wanted to use the chance while he refined Han Mountain Bell once again to shock this person. This was something he thought of when he saw the old man's fear just now. The monkey-faced old man groaned in his heart when he heard it. He might not be able to tell Su Ming's level of cultivation, but the gigantic ferocious beast in the sky was already enough to shock him and make the old man feel respect towards him. He was certain that this gigantic ferocious beast was a sacred beast. He might not have ever heard about it, but it was clear that the person in the mountain was practicing an incredibly powerful spell, which was why he could call out something like the projection of that sacred beast to descend in this place. Just where did this person come from? Only 4 of this sacred beast's heads have awakened, and it's already enough to make me scared. If all the heads wake up, Bai Jie licked his lips and regretted his decision to come forward. He began to hate that tribesman who told him the enemy in this place had left. At that moment, Su Ming was sitting in his cave abode with his legs crossed and his eyes shut. His hands were rapidly forming various hand seals before him. All of them were filled with a strange power he had vaguely sensed when he was refining Han Mountain Bell in the past. As he changed those hand seals, the power of the world in the cave started surging towards him in large amounts to gather on his hands. It was as if those hand seals could allow him to move around the power of the world as he pleased. Su Ming felt his spirits lift, and his speed grew even faster. Eventually, his hands turned into a blur, and there were numerous afterimages left behind. The 4 heads of the 9-headed beast above his cave abode let out a roar towards the sky, causing the weather to change and an endless amount of ripples to spread out. At that moment, suddenly, one of the slumbering heads shuddered, as if it was about to wake up from the roars of the 4 heads. In the cave abode, Su Ming's speed as he made those seals became faster. Sweat beaded on his forehead. His divine sense had completely surged out, as he continued making those hand seals to fuse with the power of the world, then all of them were pumped into Han Mountain Bell. However, no matter how much of that strange power he sent into Han Mountain Bell, it still felt like throwing a stone in an ocean. There was absolutely no reaction. Suddenly, he felt a faint hint of a reaction. It was as if there was a barrier in Han Mountain Bell. And if he did not break it, then it would be difficult for him to perform a more in-depth refinement. The moment Su Ming sensed the barrier's presence, he fired up all his divine sense, then fused it all with the power of the world to continuously crash into it. Open up, come on, open up. Su Ming mumbled with his eyes closed, and more sweat poured down his forehead. As Su Ming spoke, the roars of the 4 awakened aquatic dragon heads grew stronger. They moved about and continued roaring. The waves of sound that were formed shook the world, causing the old man's ears to ring. His face was pale. He looked at the 4 aquatic dragons in the sky and had the feeling that he was a mere ant. As the roars reverberated through the sky, the head that was lying at the side started trembling even more furiously. Signs of struggle could be seen on its tightly shut eyes, as if it was about to wake up. With Su Ming's divine sense continuing to crash against the barrier, the 5th head that had been asleep for an unknown amount of years looked as if it was about to wake up at any moment. The feeling Su Ming had became stronger. He could tell that once that invisible barrier was broken down, then the 5th head would open its eyes. Taking over the 1st head meant that he obtained the basic level of control over Han Mountain Bell. Taking over the 2nd head allowed him to obtain the power to stun souls with Han Mountain Bell's chimes. Taking over the 3rd head made him feel the strength of the bell's defenses. He obtained the power to fuse that bell into his body so that he could defend himself. When he took over the 4th head, he had sensed some hand seals in his head, allowing him to control the bell easily to seal things. While Su Ming might not know what sort of ability he would gain once the 5th head woke up and he took it over, he looked forward to it. That sort of anticipation became stronger as time passed by. However, the barrier Su Ming could sense within Han Mountain Bell still remained unbroken, even under the continuous barrage. It was as if there was always a little bit of something lacking. The roars in the sky were going for almost an hour. The ground, too, trembled under those incessant roars, and there were even stones breaking off from the mountain range and falling to the ground. Su Ming gradually started trembling, and his divine sense was also starting to wither a little. The fire ape was looking rather anxious by his side. With its intelligence, it had grown to feel respect towards the ferocious beast in the sky. However, to that rod snake, this sort of respect did not exist. There was only a strong sense of brutality within it that made it stare at the gigantic beast in the sky with uncertainty and a murderous aura through the small holes above it. It was as if it had run into its mortal enemy. Buzzing sounds rose from the rod snake's body and its scales started standing up. If that creature did not have Su Ming's scent, which he was familiar with, then it would have rushed out right the moment it appeared and fought against it until one of them died. The medicinal cauldron was still as usual in the cave abode. There was not a hint of change in it. However, the old berserker in the other stone chamber started trembling violently. His face was pale and most of his blood had already flowed out of his body. What remained of it was absorbed madly by the herbs on him. His soul was also being absorbed by the three spirit plunders, as if it was being sealed off. He, who was originally weakened to begin, started to hear booming sounds going off in his head as he continued listening to the continuous barrage of roars, and he started struggling to fight back against it. He was not the only one acting that way. The 6 members of White Bull tribe who were standing beyond the mountain range had all fallen to the ground, trembling. Their faces were pale and bloodless. 4 among them had become unconscious, and while there were still 2 who were awake, they had dazed looks on their faces, and they did not last that much longer either. Soon, they, too, fell to the ground unconscious. As for the monkey-faced old man, he was sitting cross-legged on the ground while circulating his power. He wanted to fight back, but once he coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood, he found, to his shock, that the voice was growing stronger, and had already reached a level that was difficult for him to resist. He was very close to the mountain range, unlike his 6 tribesmen who had run far away since a long time ago. A life-threatening sense of danger blossomed in his heart, and in his terror, he immediately drank a mouthful of fresh water from the stone bowl in his hand. A large amount of white fog spread from his body, allowing him to resist it. It still won't open. Su Ming's hair was a mess, and as he continued forming those hand seals, he lifted his right hand and slammed it on his chest. Immediately, a large amount of spirit stones flew out and scattered around him in the cave abode, over the dust of many of their predecessors. As these spirit stones appeared, Su Ming's divine sense was replenished. It circulated in his body like liquid in that opened path in his body, making him let out a low roar. "Open your eyes, 5th head." As Su Ming roared, he pushed both of his hands forward. With that one push, all the spirit stones around him exploded once again. His divine sense guided a large amount of power from the world to charge into Han Mountain Bell and straight onto that wall, crashing into it madly. At the same time, the roars from the 4 aquatic dragons in the sky became stronger. They were not sending their roars all over the place either. All of them went to the struggling and trembling 5th head and started roaring at it fiercely. Su Ming only felt a shocking boom go off in his head, and his divine sense crashed through that barrier in Han Mountain Bell like a flood. Once it did so, his divine sense surged in, and it was also at that moment that the 5th head opened its eyes. There was a merciless look within them, but Su Ming's shadow was rapidly gathering in the pupils. Right when Su Ming's shadow was completely formed in the eyes of the 5th head, it lifted its head and let out a roar, mixing its voice with the roars from the other 4 heads, creating a shocking boom that reverberated in the sky. 9-headed, dragon, Southern, Emperor, Absolute, Genocide. When the 5 heads roared, a voice speaking could be faintly heard. The monkey-faced old shaman could no longer withstand the pressure. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and fell to the side unconscious. The moment these 5 heads roared, a large amount of information pertaining to the legacy of Han Mountain Bell appeared in Su Ming's head. Within that chaotic mess, he learned of the ability Han Mountain Bell gained after the 5th head opened its eyes. It was the power to temporarily allow the vessel spirit residing in the bell to gain form. Su Ming's breathing quickened and excitement brightened his eyes. He brought out a large amount of spirit stones once again and lifted his head to stare at the gigantic ferocious beast in the sky. Resolution appeared on his face. "I might as well do it in one go. I'll let the 6th head awaken as well." Chapter 379. The 6th head. The 5 heads out of the 9-headed dragon roared, and their voices rumbled like thunder. The monkey-faced old shaman could no longer withstand the pressure and had fallen unconscious. The rod snake let out a piercing cry in the cave abode. Judging by its looks, it was facing a great enemy, and looked about to rush out at any moment. However, due to the brand Su Ming had left in its body and the fact that he owned the 5 heads of the 9-headed dragon, which it regarded hostilely, it forced down its urge to kill. The old berserker in the stone chamber still had his eyes shut tightly. His body had also started trembling even more viciously. When the roars from the sky reached him, he looked as if he had reached his limit in his current condition. Su Ming sat in the hall in his cave abode and continued making the hand seals. The power of the world surged forward and fused with his divine sense to charge into Han Mountain Bell. There was a ring of spirit stone dust around Su Ming. It was fortunate that he had quite a lot of this currency, which was why he could afford to spend them like this. He continuously brought out large amounts of spirit stones, and once he absorbed the spiritual power in them, he would bring out another similar amount. With this method, gradually, the power he pushed into Han Mountain Bell became greater. As the 5 heads continued howling, slowly, the 6th head of the 9-headed beast started trembling. As it trembled, Su Ming felt the barrier within Han Mountain Bell once again. He knew clearly that once he broke through it, then he could make the 6th head open its eyes and wake up. However, with the experience of waking up the 5th head, he knew that breaking through was too difficult, but he did not give up. Instead, he used his spirit stones to support himself and guided the power of the world around to start his repeated assault against the barrier. He rammed into the barrier with his divine sense 5 times, and with each crash, that invisible barrier would look as if it was trembling. As it trembled, what would happen outside was that the 6th head would shiver. Its tightly shut eyes would show signs of opening. However, as long as the invisible barrier did not break, that 6th head would not wake up. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. He formed the hand seals with both of his hands and pushed them forward once again. Open! A booming sound went off in his head. The barrier within Han Mountain Bell was attacked once again. The 6th head trembled viciously, but it still did not wake up. Once he tried it 8 times, Su Ming understood that if he used the standard procedure, waking the 5th head was the current limit of his power. Clearly, trying to wake up each of the heads after the first 4 heads in Han Mountain Bell required a vast amount of power as support. It would not be as easy as it was for the previous 4 heads. With his current level of power, he only needed a tiny thread of power more to make that 6th head wake up, but that tiny thread was like the distance between 2 sides of a ravine. He could not cross over it. By the looks of it, I'll have to borrow external power. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He no longer made any seals with his hands but got up and took a few steps backward to arrive at the deepest part of the cave that contained the numerous cracks on its walls, which allowed the mountain range to start breathing. The instant Su Ming reached that room, he lifted his hands and pressed his palms flat on the wall. The stone wall immediately started trembling and new cracks appeared. Under the power of Su Ming's palm strike, once they connected with the previous cracks, they went through the stone and connected with the outside world. Due to the increase of those cracks, the originally weak human-like breathing in the mountain suddenly became much stronger. At that moment, the entire mountain range's breathing instantly became greater, and due to it, the power of the world also charged forth in a much greater quantity, causing a large whirlpool to once again appear. That whirlpool was formed due to the power of the world gathering together. Once it appeared, it followed Su Ming's divine sense and started a barrage on Han Mountain Bell. The barrier within let out a series of cracking noises in Su Ming's head, as if it was about to shatter. The 6th head also slowly lifted up its body, trembling viciously, and it opened its eyes a small slit. The method is correct. With the help of the pattern in this place, I can break through the limit of that one thread. I just need to persevere through another few breaths and I'll succeed. Yet at that very moment, Su Ming's face turned pale. That power of the world was too great and his divine sense was like a boat trapped in a raging sea. It was difficult for him to guide it. After all, his level of cultivation was not high enough. That vast power of the world was about to break through his hold like a wild horse and scatter all around him. Red appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Once the power of the world spread out, even if he could gather it together once again, if he could not use it to wake the 6th head in one shot like he did with the 5th, Then if he wanted to try it again, unless he raised his level of cultivation, it would be impossible for him to try again and succeed within a short period of time. If that was the result he had to face, then Su Ming had to persevere. He bit his tongue and coughed out a mouthful of blood. As that blood spilled out, the 4 berserker bones in Su Ming's body started trembling, sending out the entirety of his power of the bone sacrifice realm with an explosive force. At the same time, the power of the refined aura that had already turned into liquid in the open path within Su Ming's body started circulating rapidly and became thinner until it eventually seemed as if it had disappeared. The disappeared refined aura had already completely surged into Su Ming's divine sense, forcing it to be able to control the power of the world when it was just about to crumble. 1 breath, 2 breaths, after 2 breaths, the vast power of the world started showing signs of scattering away again. Su Ming lifted his right hand, and with lightning speed, jabbed his finger on several spots on his body. All those spots were the parts connecting the opened path into one single hole. Once he pressed on those spots, he seemed to have forced out the remaining power of the refined aura in his body. Along with the help of the power of his berserker bones, he finally managed to buy the time for 2 more breaths before the power of the world started crumbling once again. It was during the span of these 4 breaths that the invisible barrier in Han Mountain Bell was completely broken through. As it crumbled, the 6th head opened its eyes, and gray light shone from within. The 6th head had awakened. It lifted its head to let out a low roar, howling together with the other 5 heads. Their voices shook the sky and earth, and as they spread in all directions, the old berserker who was gravely wounded in Su Ming's cave abode could no longer fight back and a large amount of blood mist burst out from his body. He immediately sank into unconsciousness, and it was one where his mind had fallen into a comatose state. In the sky, Su Ming's shadow appeared in the pupils of the awakened 6th head. As the heads roared together, the might coming from it was shocking. It was a pity that not many people saw it. This place was considered a rather remote spot in the land of the shamans, or else those who were observant would have noticed. The 9-headed dragon looked like a sacred beast of the shaman tribe. Anyone who saw it would find it hard not to feel fear. Su Ming sat in the cave abode with a pale face, but his eyes were shining with excitement. He wanted to try opening the eyes of the 7th head, but his body was already very weakened, and he had also wasted a large amount of spirit stones. Besides, he knew that with his current level of cultivation, it was utterly impossible for him to wake the 7th head. In his silence, he chose to give up on continue trying. Instead, he made some hand seals and pointed above him with his right hand. 9-headed dragon, Southern Emperor, absolute genocide, gather, Su Ming said in a low voice. As he pointed with his finger, the gigantic body of the 9-headed body in the sky quickly turned indistinct, and in the blink of an eye, it became invisible and disappeared. The huge Han Mountain Bell also shrank in an instant and turned into a ray of dark light that charged towards the mountain range, crawling through a small hole in the ceiling to come and float before Su Ming. Han Mountain Bell now looked like simple and old-looking small bell. It gave off an ancient feeling. When Su Ming looked towards it, he had a feeling as if this thing had become a part of him. Even if he closed his eyes, he could still feel the presence of the bell. With a single thought, he could control this treasure and make it transform. The divine ability I gained after waking up 6th head is this. With his eyes closed, Su Ming went on to sense the change in Han Mountain Bell once the 6th head had awakened. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes, and there was a stunned look on his face. He frowned and brought out some medicinal pills. Once he swallowed them, he did not circulate his qi. Instead, he stood up and paced up and down his cave abode, as if he was hesitating over a difficult decision. By the looks of it, even if my level of cultivation has reached a certain state, it's still quite impossible for me to wake the 7th head, but once I wake the 7th head, the change that will occur will reach a terrifying state. If my guess is correct, that is if what I deduced from the art I gained from the 6th head is right, once the 7th head wakes up, there's a high chance that it will allow a wisp of the 9-headed dragon's true spirit to descend. Su Ming's footsteps came to a halt and determination appeared in his eyes. There's no need for me to hesitate over this anymore. The land of the shamans is filled with dangers, and it'll be difficult for me to avoid being killed. If that's the case, Su Ming looked at the floating Han Mountain bell by his side and a complicated look appeared on his face. "I'll fulfill the requirements needed to wake up the seventh head." With a swing of his arm, Han Mountain bell immediately flew towards him and disappeared once it fused into his body. This bell is indeed a priceless treasure, but why did no one try taking it away after it was placed in Han Mountain City so long ago? Why is it that only Sima Shin and I could fight over it? There are plenty of powerful warriors in the Berserker tribe, and there's also the fact about the immortals coming to our place. Why did they ignore Han Mountain Bell? Unless they don't have a method to take it away, or maybe it's because they can't take it away, or perhaps they don't dare to. Su Ming had thought about this question before, but he had never obtained a real answer. He shook his head and decided to not think about it anymore. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and started exercising his breathing. 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye. At that time, the unconscious old shaman outside the mountain range opened his eyes. He cast his eyes around, before he got up quietly, and checked his surroundings, then slowly retreated. "Are you going to leave just like that?" The instant he started retreating, Su Ming's cold voice spoke languidly from the mountain range. When those words fell in the old man's ears, he immediately froze and forced out a smile. "If there's nothing else, then I won't stay here anymore. It's been a few days since I went back, and there are plenty of things waiting for me back at my tribe." "This mountain's yours," said the old man quickly. Right up till the end, he did not manage to see Su Ming's body, and a great sense of wariness towards this medial soul catcher rose within his heart. The sight he saw before he fainted also terrified him. He no longer had any desire to fight against him. 30,000 feet around this area, Su Ming said slowly, but before he could finish his sentence, that old shaman was already nodding his head furiously. "Gotcha. No one comes within 30,000 feet of the place. I'll go tell my people in the tribe to absolutely not come around. If there's nothing else, I'll be off first." Chapter 380, Madam G. As the old shaman spoke, he retreated without stop until he reached his 6 tribesmen who had come with him for this. Then he kicked them, and once those unconscious tribe members of his were kicked awake, he quickly wrapped his fist in his palm as a salute to the mountain and hastily brought them away. His 6 tribesmen were all pale, and they were all filled with respect towards the mountain range where Su Ming was, while feeling that it was a mysterious place as well. As they charged back with the old man, their hearts were full of lingering fear. Only when they were almost back to their tribe did one of the men speak after hesitating for a moment. "Patriarch, what do we do? Should we ask the statue of our great Grand Patriarch to attack?" What do we do? Why don't you tell me what do we do, you bunch of rascals who only know how to pretend to be dead? We have one attack left in the statue of our great Grand Patriarch, and that's going to be used to frighten that Black Crane tribe. The monkey-faced old man glared at the man, then turned around to slap the man's head. "Let me tell y'all, we can't look down on that medial soul catcher. He already brought about such a presence by just activating his divine ability. Even if I launch a desperate attack, there's no use. He's a soul catcher and an outsider. He can come and go as he pleases. I don't have the confidence to kill him. Since that's the case, if your old man dies, then what are you bunch of rascals going to do? What are our tribesmen supposed to do? Even if I win by some stroke of luck and he runs away, he'll find a chance and come back to take revenge. Our tribe can't just up and leave either. This is not a good deal." The old man stroked his beard. He no longer had that silly thought he had previously, there was instead a hint of cunning in his eyes. "That's why I was so busy flattering him and showed that I was respectful and afraid of him, which is why we managed to get out of a situation where we should have all died. That's what you call adapting to the situation." The old man's eyes sparkled and looked towards the east. "By the looks of it, that guy ain't someone that old bird from Black Crane invited over. Let's watch first. Black Crane's old bird is a hot-tempered person. He's not as adaptable and sly as your old man. This might even be a good thing to us." The old man smiled, then gained a serious look on his face and slapped the heads of all his tribesmen beside him. "Let's go home. Keep this in your heads. If I don't say anything, don't you dare set foot within 30,000 feet of that mountain. Make that 50,000. Make sure y'all don't step foot within 50,000 feet of that mountain. Once the old shaman from White Bull tribe left, Su Ming gained a few days of peace and quiet with no one coming to bother him. He immersed himself in his training, and during his free time, he would look at the moon at night and practice the art of burning his blood. At the day, besides observing the medicinal cauldron and observing the old berserker's physical condition, he also took care of his herbs. He used several of his stone chambers to plant some herbs. Once he gathered some soil from nearby, and brought in some dense power of the world. Other than that, Su Ming used the remainder of his time to study the wind and lightning crystals of inheritance, as well as trying to understand the provenance of wind and origin of lightning. He searched for a way to cast the wind berserker's divine ability along with the lightning berserker's art. Su Ming was completely immersed in his own world in that rather remote spot in the land of the shamans, forgetting the ongoing battle between the shamans and berserkers, along with the catastrophe of the eastern wastelands. The only thing that existed in his mind then was that in 3 years, he had to make his power increase by a large margin. Only then could he get in touch with the immortals and search for the secret behind the word, destiny. However, the days of peace and quiet were short-lived. 7 days later, Su Ming opened his eyes where he was sitting in the cave. Holding the wind crystal of inheritance in his hands, he lifted his head to look at the fire ape not too far away from him. Chase them away. An excited look immediately appeared on the fire ape's face. It patted its chest, then lifted the rod before turning into a red shadow and disappearing. Before long, that fire ape came back with a satisfied look on its face, then spent a long time gesturing to Su Ming. All right, if there are intruders again, you can do things at your own discretion. You're not allowed to hurt a person the first 3 times he comes, but if he or she comes a 4th time, go ahead and kill them. Su Ming pondered over it for a moment before he nodded his head, then continued immersing himself in trying to gain an epiphany over wind and lightning. The fire ape instantly became even more excited, and with one leap, it ran out. During the past few days, there would be a few shamans who would come to the place and observe the periphery. Most of these people's hair was decorated with some black feathers, a clear distinction from White Bull tribe. Once some of these observers came within 30,000 feet of the mountain range, they would be beaten up by a fire ape who would suddenly appear while screeching and swinging the rod in its hand. Most of these shamans were fledgling shamans, and even if they had some divine abilities at their disposal, the fire ape was too quick for them. Usually, it would close in on them in a flash, and all those who got close to it would be forced back with a crash, because they were all sent flying with a swing of the rod. Several times after this happened, the shamans who had feathers in their heads started to only seldom come to this place, and eventually, none of them came at all. It was as if they knew that this place was off limits and had given up on it. On the day Su Ming had stayed in his cave abode for half a month, 3 long arcs charged forth from the east. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man. He looked incredibly tall and strong, and his eyes shone brilliantly. Behind him were 2 old men. The 3 of them descended about 100,000 feet away from where Su Ming was and stood there while staring at the towering mountain range in the distance. Tribe leader, we'll reach the border once we're 70,000 feet away from the mountain. Our tribesmen have entered that area several times before, and that ape would suddenly appear there. It might not have killed anyone, but it was becoming more and more ruthless. The last tribesman who was struck even had his ribs broken. By the looks of it, if we enter its territory anymore, it will come at us with the urge to kill, one of the old men behind the middle-aged man said in a low voice. If White Bull tribe can tolerate this, then it means that the person who took over this place is not any common person. Our tribe also saw the change half a month ago in this place. This person, I think we should wait for the patriarch to return before we make a decision. The other old man hesitated for a moment before he spoke in a low voice. That's right. The patriarch has been away for almost a month. He said before he left that he'd be back in about that time. The patriarch went out this time to bring back Madam G to help us destroy White Bull tribe. We can wait a few more days. The 2 old men tried to persuade him, but the middle-aged man in the middle remained silent for a long moment, then shook his head. The patriarch took a large amount of the tribe's wealth and he still doesn't have a lot of confidence in bringing back Madam G of Leaping Stallion Peak. It's a fortunate thing that most of the shamans now are in fear, and because of the war, our resources are lacking. That's why the patriarch decided to go and ask Madame G to help us. But we can only ask her to attack once, and we have to use that attack to kill White Bull tribes by J. We don't have the money to pay for Madame G to attack twice, even if we count all the spoils of war from White Bull tribe. Since that is the case, even if we won't have White Bull tribe in our way anymore, it's still not worth it. We still don't know what this person's level of cultivation is. Besides, while the presence here has been great half a month ago, if we don't test waters and see just what are his limits, then we won't be able to explain ourselves to the patriarch once he returns. Besides, with my power as a medial battle shaman, even if I can't win against him, he won't be able to kill me in a short amount of time unless he is a ladder shaman or a powerful soul catcher with an undying puppet, either. Otherwise, I can still test waters. Don't go into the forbidden land. Just observe from outside. I've already made my decision in this. The middle-aged man spoke slowly, and fighting spirit burned in his eyes. Cracking sounds came from his body, and his entire person swelled up by a fold, making him look like a small hill. Taking huge steps, he walked towards the mountain. With each step, the ground would tremble slightly and a murderous aura would spread from his body. It formed a force of impact that swept through the land under his feet, causing the dust to fly into the air. His speed increased until he was eventually so fast that his movements caused loud crashing noises to echo in the air. Those sounds fused together with the earth's trembles and gathered together to form a force that charged towards the mountain range where Su Ming was. 60,000 feet, 50,000 feet, 40,000 feet, 30,000 feet. The man traveled forth like a violent gust of wind. When he arrived at the border of 30,000 feet away from the mountain, he did not stop but took a step inside. Yet the instant his feet landed, a roar shot through the air and a red blur moved towards him. At the same time, a piercing bang that sounded as if it was causing the air to convulse charged straight towards the man. It was a rod that was lifted high in the sky. A glint appeared in the man's eyes. He did not dodge but simply let out a cold snort and clenched his right hand into a fist before hurling it straight at the incoming rod. The instant his fist crashed into it, booming sounds reverberated through the air. The rod was bounced back, and even the fire ape was also forced back by the punch. The man was not feeling entirely good either. His body froze for a moment, but he soon walked into the area 30,000 feet from the mountain range. The fire ape roared and charged towards him again. A murderous look shone in the tribe leader's eyes and he lifted his hands to slam them both on the ground. The land trembled suddenly, and as it did so, it seemed to have affected the sky as well, causing ripples to appear there, which made the fire ape freeze for a moment. The instant it did, the man stepped on air and swung his right leg. With a buzz, a huge force was sent charging straight at the fire ape. The fire ape's strength allowed it to be completely unbothered by that kick. The instant it lifted that rod and was about to fight against the man once again, the air before it suddenly distorted and Su Ming appeared so quickly that his appearance stirred up a huge gust of wind. He was dressed in black robes and wore the black mask over his face. As his hair danced in the sky, he hurled his fist towards the man's leg. That punch contained a little of what he had come to understand of the provenance of wind and origin of lightning during these past few days. As he hurled his fist forward, wind and lightning rumbled in the air with such great intensity that they shook the sky. Wind caused Su Ming's punch to be so quick that it could not be defended against. Lightning made it seem as if it contained the might of heaven. The power of his berserker bones exploded forth, and the instant Su Ming's fist connected with the shaman's leg, the illusionary form of Han Mountain Bell appeared, as if his punch had become Han Mountain Bell itself. A loud bang sounded in the air. The man's right leg was instantly broken and his face immediately turned pale. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and his body was swept away by that gust of wind, sending him several hundreds of feet away. He fell outside the barrier, and the two old men who'd come with him immediately went forward to support him. "Don't bother me. This is a warning. Don't force me to kill. Don't make your family die with you. Don't make your tribe disappear from the land of the shamans." Su Ming stood before the fire ape and pulled back his right hand as he spoke slowly.